I don't have video. I don't have it.
Brandon, I was told the first 40 meters there is a lot of carbon.
Okay, cool.
Two minutes. Guys, we started. One minute 30. Çok yorulursanız değişiriz. Çok problem değil. 1 minute. Niye doldu? 1 minute. Çok uzatan sensin. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop time. Ten seconds. 20 seconds. Started. $10 meters. Meters.
30 seconds.
30 meters.
One minute.
40 meters.
1 minute, 10 seconds.
At the bottom. Coming up.
1 minute, 20 seconds. 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Line.
And before, I think it was live, you saw her pulling herself down the line as well.
30 meters.
1 minute, 40 seconds.
This is a national record attempt by Kristina.
1 minute, 50 seconds.
You can see our first safety diver there joining her.
20 meters.
There's our second safety diver.
2 minutes.
Again, taking safety very seriously here at these comps, with the diver's safety
10
being
meters.
paramount and
2 minutes, 10 seconds.
the number one thing that we're watching out for.
Coming up.
Okay, grabbing up high on the line. All the safeties are there around her. She has to give an okay sign, which she does, and she has the tag. In these events, what a diver has to do is dive down. In this discipline, using the line to pull yourself down, grab a tag at the bottom, and then pull yourself back up again. If you complete the whole thing, you get a white card, which is full points. If you turn early, or something may have gone wrong, you will get a yellow card, which will require further review by the judges. And then if you have a blackout or are touched by the safety divers, that is a red card.
Oh, congratulations. Didn't know that.
So very nice dive, Kristina. Congratulations on your new national record.
Does somebody know the Mares watches? Next step. Why it shows 20
You can see her coach giving her a lift back to the boat. Divers are allowed to have a coach with them in the water, but unlike other competitions, they are not allowed to give any instructions or any support during the dive.
You must talk that we...
Just before we move on to Abdul. Good morning, hello. I did want to say that we are working on a few issues with electrical things. So if there are any issues where the stream sort of blacks out or we lose video footage in some way, shape, or form, we will work immediately to get it back up. I just want to let you all know now that it is a possibility. Again, my name is Brandon Reed, as you can see on the screen below. I am a freediving instructor, breath training coach, and I am doing all the commentary for this amazing event. Up next we have Abdu Arashidi of Kuwait, doing a 50-meter dive, free immersion with announced dive time of 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Liner designing secure, official gauge is on, line is set to 52 meters, ready to dive. Thank you.
Abdu has 3 national records, including 66 meters free immersion, so in this discipline, 131 meters by fin dynamic in the pool, and 160 meters dynamic as well. So this is much shallower than his national record. So we should see a nice, easy dive from him. Whoop, A little bit of movement there. I have been told that there is a bit of current today. And generally you can sort of tell if there is current by the dive eye moving around a little bit. You can see Abdu hitting the bottom, grabbing a tag, tucking it into his hood, and beginning his ascent back up again. Some of the things that we're looking for in technique for this discipline are long arm pulls, pulling all the way through, nice floppy legs, staying nice and relaxed, or staying a bit more streamlined, and just lots of relaxation. Really, I mean, this is I love free immersion because it's very easy to get into a rhythm of just pulling and gliding, pulling and gliding, pulling and gliding.
10 meters!
Here he is on the surface, looking okay. He's okay. For the surface protocol, all a diver has to do is show the OK sign. And a white card. Heck yes.
2 minutes!
Very nice job, Abdu. Great dive. Great way to start off the day.
The next one.
Today we have 62 divers, so quite a few people
1 minute 30!
getting in line to use our 2 dive lines. But plenty of national record attempts and a lot of world record masters attempts today. Here we can see the list for coming up just now, and at the end of this list you can see, what is that, 6 national record attempts in a row.
1 minute!
So that will be tons of fun. And again, okay, yeah, so it's even more national record attempts after that, and then, yeah, my gosh, there are many national record attempts, so please do stay tuned. Should be a awesome day of fantastic athletes, and then we can also see here with Alexi doing a 121 meter dive, Abdelatif Alawash doing a 120 meter dive, and Petar Klavar doing a 119 meter dive
20 seconds!
for the podium spots, at least for the men.
10 seconds!
Women are a bit more spread out on my list, so I don't have that information readily available at the moment.
4, 3,
Next up we have Lidija Lijic
1, stop
of
time.
Croatia. She's doing a 52 meter dive with an announced dive time of 2:40. So a nice slow dive here.
10 seconds, started!
You can see she's going down the rope feet first.
10 meters!
You are allowed to do this as long as halfway through you don't change.
meters!
If you ever have issues with equalizing
Early turn!
and you're taking a freediving course, this is one of the best ways that you can get to depth while also
10 meters!
here she comes. You can get to depth while also working on your equalization. As you go feet first, she's okay. As you go feet first, your soft palate is being assisted with gravity to stay open. And so it's easier to do it's easier to equalize in that way. Whereas if you're going head first and you're sort of having an issue opening your soft palate, it can be a bit more difficult. So we have a yellow card for an early turn. It could be that she was just experiencing some equalization issues today, and rather than push it or try the full dive, just go feet first, do something, get in the water. I mean, the conditions here are absolutely beautiful. The water's warm. There's a little bit of a current, but not so much. It's a lovely morning. I mean, if I had the opportunity, I would get in the water as well, for sure. Lydia also competed in Cyprus and did very well there. Had some nice dives, and I'm sure she's sort of getting a little tired. I know I've been speaking to a lot of the athletes who've been at that comp and now at this comp, and they've been going basically non-stop for the last 2 weeks. So, yeah. Okay, and it looks like that we have a DNS from Amin Jadidi of Iran. DNS means that they did not start. Ooh, excuse me. As I said yesterday, divers have the right to not dive if they don't want to, for any number of reasons, from just not feeling well, to having equalization issues, to I don't feel like diving today. Any reason is valid, and it's totally fine. And as we can see, Amin is not here to do his dive, so I hope whatever he has going on is okay. Hope he has a nice rest of his day, and we'll see him hopefully on day 3. I did want to let you know that if you have any questions, you can follow me on my Instagram account, and I have a story up right now for a place for you to ask all your questions and to basically give me stuff to talk about while there are DNSs and people who are having short dives. And I do have a few questions. Ayadi says, who's safetying Dan the photographer? Dan is not here. I believe he went home, or he is currently in Cyprus doing the Larnaca competition. You'd have to check his Instagram to make sure. But he is not doing the photography, and I don't know who the photographer is, so that probably makes me a bad commentator. So sorry about that. I will figure out who is doing the photography, and will report back when I know. And then Plongirodite says, what's your favorite discipline? Oh, and that is a good question. I obviously love them all. I think they're all tons of fun. My least favorite would probably be constant weight no fins, CNF. It is a difficult discipline, if you ask me. It's very technical. There are many sort of things to do aside from, just like kicking your feet or, pulling on a line. CNF is basically where you're using your arms and your legs to swim up and down the line. You can sort of think of it like breaststroke, but instead of going across the top of a pool, you're diving down. And it's very difficult, there are a lot of moving pieces, so I'm not a huge fan of that one. My favorite, if I would have to pick, is probably free immersion, because I've only used a monofin once. And monofin constant weight is tons of fun because you feel really powerful moving through the water, and it's a really cool movement to sort of feel the whole flow go from your abdominals. This is what we saw yesterday. Flow moving from your abdominals down your legs into your feet, your ankles, and then just a powerful kick as you go up. I love it. It's tons of fun. I've only done it once because I borrowed my friend's monofin, Vera Gian Pietro. So the Switzerland freediving national champion. So if you're watching, Vera, hi. Thank you for letting me use your monofin. Yeah, no, it's tons of fun. But I would say probably free immersion. This discipline is my favorite for now because I haven't had the opportunity to do more with monofin. Let's see, who else? I think I have time for maybe one more question, if there is one. No, there is not. Okay. If you have more questions, please do follow me at Brandon Freediver on Instagram. Go to my story, and there's a question submission area there for you to ask all your questions. Okay. Up next we have Birgül Erkin of Turkey, doing a 60-meter free immersion dive with an announced dive time of 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Birgül is an instructor for CMAS, Ada, and Molchanov's, which are all those are all certifying bodies that teach you how to freedive, among many others. Let's see, he mainly trains in Antalya in Kash. He lived in Egypt for about 3 months during lockdown and participated in Ada competitions there and broke 2 national records. He was also at Vertical Blue this year in the Bahamas, where he broke the free immersion national record of 78 and set a new national record of 78 meters. And he also set the constant weight bifins record at 77 meters for Turkey.
20 seconds.
He says he wanted to do another national record attempt here, but he's diving with a bit of a ear barotrauma issue, and so rather than push things and really risk stuff, he's going the safe route, diving more shallow, diving within what he knows he can do safely, which is definitely the right thing to do. He also wants to thank his sponsor, Carmed, Mustafa Khan Kaptan, whose birthday is today, so happy birthday, Mustafa. Here we go, we have some nice long extension. As you can see, there's a little bit of current. His feet are sort of blowing off the line. That does add a bit more difficulty to the dive because you're not as streamlined as you'd like to be, you can see him trying to get into a free fall, but with being blown off the line, it's obviously difficult. We do see him. Okay, current has. I received word earlier that current dies at around 50, so it looks now like he's able to do his free fall. That's good. We got the tag at the bottom, and here he comes. Looking good.
40 meters.
And you can see now his feet are being blown off once again, so yeah, at around 50 meters the current seems to die. You also saw him move from the left side of the screen to the right side, and there could have been an accident, but I think it was probably because he was trying to get on the other side of the line, so the current was blowing him into it rather than blowing him off of it. Okay. Looking good. Giving the OK sign. She also wanted to say that her son, Eugene, I'm so bad at names, I'm so sorry, graduated from Sofia Technical University from the Department of Aeronautical Engineering, and which is a huge achievement, by the way. I mean, that's amazing. And she says that she wishes her son's passion for basketball and his success to continue to increase. Take care in your life, my beautiful, magnanimous son, Eugene. May your paths be open. I present my dive today for you the most, which is just lovely. Very beautiful dive. And congratulations to Abdul. Up next, we have Javiera Pinto of Chile doing a 54-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2 minutes and 23 seconds. This is a national record for Chile, so always very exciting. If you notice, Javiera has the lanyard, that yellow line, attached to her ankle. If you noticed with Abdul, the lanyard was attached to her wrist. Divers can attach it to their wrist, to their ankle, to their waist if they really want to, although it's maybe not always recommended. But that safety lanyard is there in case of emergencies. If there's a deep blackout where the safety divers are not deep enough to get the diver, we have a counterballast system and a mechanical pulley system that will pull the diver up from depth using that safety lanyard. So they'll pull up the whole line with the bottom plate, with the bottom camera, and the diver with the safety lanyard will come up attached as well. And then we can do rescue breaths and all that stuff and make sure they're okay. Okay, here we go. nice and relaxed. You can see that her cheeks are puffed out. As I've said before, that is the mouth fill technique, something that freedivers and deep freedivers use to be able to equalize at deeper and deeper depths. You also see her putting her fingers over her mouth. That is something that some divers will do in order to keep the mouth fill in. If you put your fingers over your lips and you puff out your cheeks as much as you can, like without losing any air from your mouth, and then you remove your fingers, you can feel that a bit of the air will escape. So putting your fingers over your mouth will keep more air in, so it allows you to have a more full mouth fill, and also allows you to relax a little bit. Whereas if you are doing a mouth fill without putting it over your fingers over your lips, you can sort of lose a little bit of relaxation in that way. I mean, very minimally, but still you can. And when you're competing at the highest levels, sometimes every little bit counts. Okay, here she is.
2 minutes.
Giving the okay sign. Waiting for the card. The tag is there. And a white card, so that is a new national record for Chile. Very nicely done, Javiera. Beautiful dive.
1 minute 30.
Okay, up next we have Gorkem Gedik. Gorki, as he prefers, from Turkey. He's announced 64 meters with an announced dive time of 2:25. He holds the Turkish national record for dynamic apnea in bifins. And his goals during this competition are basically just to stay safe and increase his PBs.
30 seconds.
In his last competition at the CMAS European Championship and World Championship, he was 5th in static apnea, which is laying face down in a pool and holding your breath for as long as you can, without moving, without doing really, I mean, you can move if you want to, but it's recommended that you don't, and you conserve as much oxygen as possible. He did 7 minutes and 40 seconds, which is a very respectable static record.
10 seconds.
You can see him breathing up on the surface.
25.
Oop, and here he goes. The dive time starts officially when the diver's head enters, airways enter the water. We see small movements here. Again, with all freediving disciplines, there are a variety of ways to sort of do it. You can either do it more relaxed with smaller movements or slower movements and have a longer dive time, or you can do a faster dive where you are pulling yourself, you are doing full extension, everything like that. Okay, yeah, so we can see that Gorkim has the lanyard around his waist, and because of the current, he's being pulled quite far away. In a situation like this, the lanyard does add a lot of drag to your dive. So you can see the lanyard itself is, yeah. You can see the lanyard was up above where it should actually be. And yeah, with that, the speed is slowed dramatically. You can add anywhere from 20 to 40 seconds, depending on how deep you're diving, onto your dive time, which, you know, in a discipline where time matters, and time at depth matters, it's, I would have done what Gorkim did in turnaround if I were pulled that far off of the dive line. But he's looking okay.
2 minutes, 10 seconds.
Oof, and you can see even the line as well as being pulled off to the side. Fairly hard. Turning to face the judges, giving the okay sign. Probably a little frustrated. I know I would be. So he has a yellow card. Generally that will mean that he will get some of the points for the dive, but not all. So that will go towards his standing in the men's free immersion discipline standing. Okay. Up next we have Katarina Sanduska of Ukraine, Kate for short. She's doing a 63-meter free immersion dive with an announced dive time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. She holds national records in she holds national records in dynamic at 215 meters. She has a static breath hold of 7 minutes and 1 second, and has a dynamic bifins record of 183 meters. The first time she tried freediving was actually when she was 21, not on a course. She was a synchronized swimmer at the time, and she was just doing some of the disciplines for fun and had really good results at the time, so she decided that it would be a good activity for her after retirement from synchronized swimming. So when she did retire in 2017, she started her freediving career in pool competition, and she is still enjoying it today. Here we go. Nice long poles here. It'll be interesting to see how the athletes will modify their technique to deal with the current. Because as we've seen Yeah, the current will definitely move you around. And we can see that here again. Coming back to the line here. Okay, we're now past the current, it looks like, kind of. It looks like she's looking for the line. Whoops, swimming towards the dive eye. Okay, so we going for a tag. And we'll now come up. She's looking very nice and relaxed. You know, one of the things when stuff like this are happening where there's a lot of current, or you lose the line, or you swim off in the wrong direction, which is a good demonstration of why the lanyard is so important. One of the things is that staying relaxed can mean the difference between a blackout on the surface and a good recovery on the surface. If you can maintain your relaxation, maintain your calm, keep your head and know what you're looking for, what you're doing next, that definitely goes a long way towards conserving your oxygen, staying relaxed, and having a successful dive. Okay, she's here on the surface. She's okay, looking really fresh. Thinking about and talking about the dive. And a white card. Very nice, Katarina. Way to keep it together, not lose your cool, and enjoy the dive. Like, I mean, even still, with things going a little weird, it definitely looked like she was enjoying herself, which is, again, exactly what you want to be doing in a situation like that. Next up we have Serkan Toprak of Turkey, doing 70 meters with an announced dive time of 2:45. He's the current static apnea champion for Turkey. He got the silver medal at the Turkish Outdoor Diving Championship with a 67-meter constant weight bifins dive, a 60-meter free immersion dive with a bronze medal, and constant weight dive of 65 meters with a silver medal in that competition. So very nice, and adding 10 meters onto that free immersion dive. I believe it will be a PB for him.
25, 26, 27, 28,
Although I am
29,
not completely
30.
sure about that.
Started.
His best dive was a 77.5 meter bifins dive during the World Championship National Team Tryouts. Okay, here he goes. You can see him pulling with one arm and equalizing with the other. If he turns this way, it looks like he might be wearing a full face mask. A full mask like that covers your nose as I've said before, adds a little bit of difficulty to the dive, especially going to deeper depths, because you have to equalize that that additional airspace now, rather than if you use a nose clip, you don't have to.
1 minute.
And it's also a matter of controlling the amount of air that is going into the mask, so you're
1 minute, 10 seconds.
not losing all of the mouthfeel. Okay, getting down.
Coming up.
And a lot of strong pulls there.
Meters.
1 minute, 30
Okay,
seconds.
relaxing down a little bit now.
50 meters.
Looking at the dive eye, waving at the dive eye. Hi, Serkan.
40 meters.
1 minute,
You can see the
50
scooter
seconds.
has now come down.
Side.
The scooter also takes down the first safety, which you see on the left-hand side and the right in the white shirt.
2 minutes.
And then the second safety swims down to meet them.
20 meters.
2 minutes, 10 seconds.
There we go. We see all the safeties. Keeping Serkan safe, ready to jump in
2 minutes, 20 seconds.
in case of any blackout, which hopefully we will not see at all today. I'm always very hopeful. Looking okay. And the tag with the white card. Very nice dive for Serkan Toprak of Turkey. Congratulations. And it was a little fast. He announced 2:45 on that dive and did 2:28, I think it was, which is fine. I mean, divers, you know, their announced time is not necessarily, doesn't mean anything. It's mostly just for the safeties to sort of know what exactly is going on, when they should be planning to begin their dive, to meet the safety or meet the diver, the athlete, excuse me. Okay, we now have Talia Davidoff of South Africa. Woo! Doing a national record of 67 meters with an announced dive time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm very much rooting for Talia. I spend most of my time in South Africa. And yeah, it's definitely a good home. I love South Africa so much. It's a beautiful place. So many places to dive. And so many things to see. I mean, again, my octopus teacher was filmed there, so if you've seen that, that's where I actually learned how to do a lot of my diving. And yeah, if you ever get a chance, you should definitely go check it out.
Morning.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. How about you?
Good, good. Would you like to introduce yourself to the internet?
Is it here the camera?
Camera is there, but we're not watching it right now, so you can just
No.
say who you are.
I'm Arashidi, a freediver from Kuwait. This is my first time in the World Championship in CMAS in the depth. Condition looks good. I'm happy to be here in Cash.
Amazing. Amazing. Cool. So this is Talia Davidoff. She's doing a 67-meter dive, and if you look, you can see her finger is on her lips. Again, as I was saying earlier, it helps to sort of keep a more full mouthfeel.
Bigger one.
A much bigger one.
Huge one.
Yeah. And
She's doing good with the current.
yeah.
The current a bit strong today.
Yes, the current was a bit strong, and it does sort of die off at around 50, it looks like. So we're sort of finding that, yeah, now it's sort of a little easier to stay on the dive line. Talia has 13 national records and 8 continental records, which is very impressive. Here she comes back up, and when she completes this dive, she will have 14 national records.
50 meters.
At Vertical Blue this year, she came in 5th overall with 6 white cards and 5 national/continental records. So she's very busy at Vertical Blue.
It's amazing.
Yeah. What's the water temperature like today?
I think it was 25 on the surface.
25, okay. Okay, so maybe a little chillier than what it's been.
I think like early in the morning, they say like there is kind of breeze coming from the mountain that makes it a bit cold on the surface.
Okay. Okay.
When the sun goes out, like temperature goes better.
Absolutely. Okay, here she is on the surface. She has the tag. I believe she gave the okay sign. Looking nice and fresh though. So I don't see why this wouldn't be a white card. Okay, there we go. White card, new national record. 14, count them, 14 national record time holder now. Talia Davidoff. Lovely dive, and congratulations. Up next we have Dmitry Moroz of Belarus doing a 72-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2 minutes and 40 seconds. This will be a national record attempt. And we also have Alexander Ziakin of Belarus going as well for the exact same depth. So I believe if they both complete the dives with white cards, they will share the national record for free immersion, which would be super cool to see. As I said yesterday, you can see Dmitry holding the carabiner for his lanyard above the water in his hand. One of the things that can happen when you're doing free immersion is that because the carabiner is heavy, it will sink down and sort of be heavier than your speed, especially up at the beginning of the dive. And it's possible to either get tangled in it, or as you begin to do your pull, to actually grab the lanyard, or grab below the lanyard. Sorry, no. Grab above the lanyard, and then when you pull, the carabiner will then hit your hand because you are pulling and your body is moving, but the carabiner basically can hit your hand, and that is never fun. It's always uncomfortable. And so using this technique of holding the carabiner above the water basically stops all of that from happening.
10 seconds.
You can see him doing some packs here on the surface. Again, packing being a advanced technique that freedivers use to add extra air into their lungs, not only for oxygen purposes, but also for being able to equalize at deeper depths. Okay.
20 meters!
Again, we can see with every pull, he's getting pushed off the line a little bit by the current. But hopefully, as the day progresses, that current will become less and less. You can see Dmitry is holding onto the line.
40 meters!
Some divers will try and tuck it in their armpit and wrap their hand around it slightly so that they're not really holding the line, but they are still near the line.
Meters.
And we now see he has moved to holding the carabiner instead. You can get rope burn from the speed that you're falling at. I mean, he's falling at about a meter a second, it looks like. And if you are holding onto that line, or if you have it in your armpit, I've seen wetsuits with rope burns on them because just the friction of the rope and the fibers will eat away at a wetsuit. Oop, and looking a little relaxed there, falling past the bottom plate. And here he comes.
1 minute 40 seconds.
60 meters!
1 minute 50 seconds.
Again, we're looking for long arm pulls with a full extension moving through.
2 minutes.
But the other thing too is that we're looking for comfort.
40 meters!
And you can sort of see that the comfort is a bit more of a focus for Dmitry than the speed and the sort of strict form. He's not pulling all the way through to the fullest extension that his arms could do, but that also helps him stay a bit more relaxed.
20 meters!
2 minutes 30 seconds.
Coming up.
Ooh, look at that dive line. All that current.
Okay.
He's okay. Does have the tag. Always good. And a white card. So that is a new national record for Belarus. Congratulations, Dmitry. Very nice job. Ooh, a little bit of a breeze there all of a sudden. Keeping me on my toes. Okay. So as I said, up next we have Alexander Ziakin, again from Belarus, doing also a 72-meter dive, which is also a national record attempt. So hopefully we'll see the two of them sharing this record. He's a 15-time national record holder. But his goals during this competition are primarily just to improve his results and get white cards. And apparently also set a national record. Let's see, let's take a look at his face. I think he has his fingers over his mouth. not on his nose. So again, doing the extra full mouthful. Still pulling. Okay, we've slowed down a little bit now. Looking relaxed. See little movements with his feet. Another pull. And coming down to the bottom. There we go. And here we go. With this discipline, one thing to consider is that at depth, the airspaces in our body are quite compressed. The dive response, which includes the lung shift, the blood shift, where blood basically flushes around the lungs to protect the tissue. That airspace, if you pull open too fast or you make too sudden of a movement, you can cause a pressure-related injury to that tissue. So one of the things that we'll see later on, especially with the deeper dives, is that divers at the bottom will make a lot of slow movements at first and then begin to open up as they get, as their depth decreases. Okay, here we go. He's okay. He has the tag. And the white card. Fantastic. Yeah, so that is I believe a shared national record between Alexander and Dmitry. Very nice. Beautiful shot from the dive eye underneath the water. Watching all the action. We see Hassan Al-Shada of Kuwait breathing up on the surface now. So far we've seen divers diving, breathing up either sitting on a pool noodle or with a inflatable a neck pillow behind them with their face facing up. But Hassan is doing his breathe up through a snorkel with his face in the water. Divers will do that as a way to kick on the dive response, which again is a series of adaptations that the body has to prepare us for diving to deeper depths. This is a national record for Kuwait. And looking at the sheet for who's up next, we have another national record attempt, also from Kuwait, Abdul Alerman,
20 meters!
Who will also be diving the same depth as Hassan. So hopefully we'll see another shared record.
30 meters!
Okay, here we
40
go.
meters! 50 meters.
Really nice free fall position here. You can see the
60
nice
meters.
line. Feet nice and relaxed, arms nice and relaxed. You can also see the line
70
is
meters.
in his armpit. There we go.
At the bottom. Coming up.
You saw he put the tag on his thigh. The tag is made of one side of the
70
Velcro,
meters.
and the leg bands that many divers use, or just a piece of Velcro that they stick to their leg, is the other side.
60 meters.
So diver can very easily grab a tag off the bottom in one motion, rub the tag up along their leg. It will catch on the
50
dive
meters.
on the leg Velcro, and then can move right up to grabbing the line.
40 meters. 30 meters.
There he goes, he's looking really nice and relaxed.
Twenty meters.
Hassan has a static national record of 6 minutes and 36 seconds.
2 minutes.
And what actually got him to start competing was the creation of the national freediving team for Kuwait.
Okay.
He's okay. He has the tag. And a white card. Beautiful dive. Pretty much exactly on time with what he announced. 5 seconds faster. Sorry, no, 7 seconds faster. But a beautiful dive. Yeah.
1 minute.
Isabella, meet.
Up next we have Abdul Alman. Alerman?
30 seconds.
Alerman. Sorry, there we go. I got there in the end. Also from Kuwait, doing also a 76-meter dive with an announced dive time of
20 seconds.
2:56. Again, this is another national record attempt.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top side. Ten seconds. Start.
Abdul is an 8-time national record holder and currently holds the records for constant weight by fins at 57 meters, dynamic in the pool at 101 meters, and dynamic no fins at 73 meters. His previous record was 65 meters free immersion, so
20
again,
meters.
he's aiming to set that new national record here as well. He started freediving when he was 22. He's 31 now.
40 meters.
Started with a level 1 freediving course, and then also started spearfishing as well.
$40 meters.
staring into the dive eye's eye.
50 meters. Meters.
While he was doing his breathe up, excuse me, he was visualizing his dive, working on his breathing, and thinking of the small details of the dive to make sure he remembers.
For Isabella, 3 minutes.
Which, I mean, in the moment, as you're diving, unless you're very focused, you can sort of lose the plot in a way. You can just sort of fall into the dive. And while that is a good thing to do, you also need to sort of keep yourself aware so you don't fly past the dive plate.
50 meters.
You are staying in a streamlined position, that sort of stuff.
40 meters.
Free immersion is his favorite discipline because it's the first discipline he did a national record in, but also because it makes him feel very relaxed.
Meters. 20
Looking
meters.
good here.
Two minutes.
Speeding up a little bit. Come on. Stay up, stay up. Oh. So we had a bit of a surface blackout there. His airways dipped below the water. That is a disqualification.
1 minute 30.
If your airways dip below the water, or if the line from your lips all the way around your head, so if the back of your head also dips below the water, that will also be a disqualification. And so you saw the safety divers moved in to support his airways, keep his airways up out of the water.
One minute.
Really beautiful dive, though. You know, even though the end was not the result that we're always looking for, it's still a really beautiful looking dive. So congratulations to Abdul. Up next we have Isabella Sanchez Aran of Spain, doing a 78-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes and 22 seconds. This will be another national record.
20 seconds. Ten seconds.
Isabella currently holds national records in static apnea
5,
with a time of 7:01,
3,
free immersion
2,
with 76, so
stop
she's
time.
pushing that 2 meters today, and constant weight bifins of 71 meters. And her goals during this competition are to set new national records
10
in both
seconds.
of those disciplines.
Start it.
She started diving, freediving at 30 years old, and she says she started freediving because she wanted to feel safer when she scuba dived.
20 meters.
She said the biggest part of her training has been the logistics of still doing training, but also planning trips and working as an instructor.
40 meters.
And as someone who has done some training and done some instructing and works on the side, I can definitely say that it is difficult to sort of have all of those pieces align in the correct way. like all of my dry static training that I do has definitely fallen off in the last few weeks and months because of all of the running around I've been doing, coming to these comps, hanging out with divers, which has been tons of fun, don't get me wrong. But my training has definitely slacked off a little bit. We can see a little bit of current movement here.
70 meters.
And she's staying relaxed. Speaking of dry apnea, Isabella hates dry apnea because it makes her feel like she can't relax and she has to pee all the time, which is one of the things that can happen as a result of the dive response kicking in. All of the blood moves away from your extremities into your core, and as a result, your body reads all of this blood as basically having too much blood. So your body will then remove water and filter it out of your body, making you have to pee. So that's why if you have ever felt the need to pee after like 30 minutes in the water, it's because of that. So, you know, the more you know.
50 meters.
Isabella's having a nice dive here.
40 meters.
And one of the things that we talk about with current is that you can sort of see she's not only pulling herself straight up, but she's also pulling herself back to the line. And so it's a bit of wasted energy to just stay close to the line versus being able to transfer it directly up.
3 minutes.
20 meters.
She's looking really nice and relaxed though. She announced 3:22 for this dive, so she's still
9 seconds.
ahead of schedule at the moment.
3 minutes, 20 seconds.
For anybody who wants to get more into freediving, everyone that I've talked to suggests she's okay. Taking a freediving course with a instructor that is passionate and really enjoys what they do. And so the onus is on you to find somebody who is a fun diver, who loves what they're doing. There we go, white card. And one of the best ways to do that is to follow all of our athletes here on social media. Many of them are instructors. Many of them run dive schools all around the world. And so a good place to start if you want to find a dive school to dive with is to follow the athletes. See where they're going, see where they're training, see if they actually are teaching courses. They will sometimes often teach special one-off courses for at a cool location where you get to hang out with them. They'll teach master's classes essentially. So make sure you're following all the athletes on social media for that kind of stuff. Okay, up next we have Enchanted Gallardo, of the USA, doing a 77-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2:55, and this will again be a national record, this time for the USA. She currently holds the constant weight bifins record at 81 meters for the US.
20 meters.
And she's an 8-time national record holder, trying to make it 9 now. Really strong pulls here. If you watch the tape lines on the dive line, you'll see how fast she's moving.
40 meters. 50 meters.
go, hitting her free fall. Looking nice and relaxed. She loves doing all kinds of diving, not just diving on a line. She says, whoop, there we go. She says that if you do one thing for too long, it sort of becomes stale and boring, which that definitely resonates with me. I find that if I do one thing for too long, it becomes boring and you just don't want to do it anymore and you sort of get burnt out on it. So she says that she enjoys doing lots of swim-throughs in caves, diving anywhere where there's stuff to interact with, like underwater museums, or swimming on coral reefs and that sort of stuff. Which, again, is definitely relatable content for me. See nice long arm pulls. We see the extension of the wrist at the end, and then immediately going into a streamlined position. She took her first official freediving course in 2017 and was introduced to it by her friend Carlito while living in Puerto Rico. Okay, here she comes. If you notice too, you can also see the athletes sort of lunge at the line as they come out, because even on the surface they're getting pulled a little bit, or pushed a little bit off the line, so they need to basically leap back on to grab the line and keep their airways out of the water. But a fantastic dive from Enchanted. Very nicely done. That is a new national record for the USA. So it's a 9-time national record holder. Congratulations, Enchanted. National record cake for you. Up next we have Peter Vela of the Czech Republic doing a 78-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2:58. This is a world record attempt for the Masters discipline. His goal during this comp is to get all white cards, which, again, is a good goal to have. Definitely a strong place to start. His last competition was at the Adriatic Depth Trophy competition in 2020 in Croatia, where he got medals in free immersion, constant weight bifins, and constant weight.
40 meters.
I asked if he does any dry apnea training, and he says he doesn't, but it is needed. Yeah, I find that my relaxation has drastically improved because of the dry training that I've done. You know, knowing that you have plenty of oxygen left still, that the urge to breathe comes from a buildup of CO2, not from lack of oxygen. Knowing all those things and being able to relax through contractions really allows you to sort of keep yourself in a relaxed situation, even if, you know, something is going wrong or something doesn't feel quite right. So,
70
yeah.
meters.
Okay, we've got some nice strong pulls coming off the bottom. Again, at depth, you're very negatively buoyant, and so you need to basically fight the negative buoyancy and the weight of your body to come back up, whereas on your way down, you are fighting the positive buoyancy that's trying to keep you on the surface of the water.
40 meters. Meters.
Have the safeties with him.
20 meters.
2 minutes, 50 seconds.
He started diving at 53 years old, and he's, 33 years old. He's 53 now. So I've been diving for quite a long time. He's okay. There is the tag. And now we wait for the call.
Congratulations.
And a white card. Fantastic. This has a new world record in the Masters division of 50 years and up. Congratulations to Peter. Very nicely done. You can see the safeties are removing the official dive computer. That computer is what they use to check the actual depth and record the depth. What we see on the screen is from DiveEye and is not the exact depth that is used by the judges. Up next, it says we have Daniel Arias, but I believe he went before everybody else, before the live stream went on, because he is safetying. So he attempted 80 meters for a national, I believe, no, it wasn't a national record. He attempted 80 meters and did an early turn, and I believe around 50-55. So I don't believe we'll be seeing him dive here again, but I do have some more questions that were asked of me, so I will answer them now. Let's see. How long can you hold your breath? Static apnea. I have a personal best of 7.5 minutes dry. I have not spent a lot of time doing them in the pool. Primarily where I live, there is no pool around. I have nobody to safety me, which rule number 1 of freediving, always have a buddy with you to make sure that you're diving safely. But dry training, laying on a bed, nothing around you, just holding your breath that way is perfectly safe. And yeah, I've done a lot of training over the last 1.5 years, almost 2 years. I joined Adam Stern's Patreon, where 4 times a week we do online breath sessions. And since then I've also started my own Patreon where I lead breath sessions 3 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Yeah, also working with you guys. So 7.5 minutes is my personal best. And after all these comps, I'm planning on getting back into the training and going for the American national record set by Brandon Henderson of 8 minutes and 35 seconds, I think. So, yeah, I'm putting it out there into the world. Now you guys have to keep me accountable. Thank you. Have fish ever interrupted an ongoing free dive? If you include jellyfish as fish, absolutely. Jellyfish can either get tangled on the dive line, in an event like free immersion where divers are holding onto the line or they are sort of falling down. Touching the jellyfish can cause a sting. Sometimes if there's a lot of current and a jellyfish is being pulled across, a jellyfish can get, I think actually Jennifer Venland of Germany at the pre-comp in Cyprus did a dive and at around 30 meters got hit in the face by a jellyfish and had stings all across her face. Came back up, obviously, immediately, and did a dive later on and was fine. But yes, jellyfish can definitely interrupt a dive. And I don't necessarily know if fish ever have, but that would be something to ask the other divers as well. Do they freedive, compete in the oceans, or only in lakes and pools? There are a variety of different disciplines. There are disciplines in the ocean, in the lake, in pool, saltwater, freshwater. Obviously, you know, if you're diving in freshwater, you are less buoyant, so you will not float as much as you do in the ocean. So that will have an impact on a lot of different dive styles and techniques. But there are different disciplines for each one. So we're doing depth here today with free immersion. There's also constant weight, which we saw yesterday. Constant weight bifins, which we will see not tomorrow, but the day after. And constant weight no fins on the last day. You can do the same disciplines in a lake or in a quarry. And then in the pool, there is dynamic, which is using a monofin to go back and forth. There is dynamic bifins, which is going back and forth for distance in the pool.
1 minute.
No fins. Bifins. Yeah, so those three. There's static apnea, which is laying with your face in the pool. And if you want to check out any of those, I know CMAS has a calendar on their website of all of these different disciplines and competitions going on around the world. So if you want to try one, go check it out. Let's see, where do freedivers train in European water? I know that many of them train in freezing cold lakes with very puffy wetsuits on. I've heard anywhere from up to 7 millimeters wetsuits, with them being the big ones that sort of go up over your shoulders, so you have 14 meters covering your chest, which is always very nice. I'm very much a fan of the puffy wetsuits. They keep me very nice and toasty warm. Okay, fantastic. Those questions got us through. So if you have any more questions, please do send them to me on Brandon Freediver on Instagram. We now have Pavel Sokup of the Czech Republic doing a 80-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Ooh. Looks like we had a little bit of a snag there. And coming back to the line. Oh. Okay, not really sure what happened there. Oh, equalization. Oof. That is rough.
Sorry.
Yeah, not being able to equalize after 10 meters is definitely not something you want to see. Very frustrating, but as I've said quite a few times now, it's always better to turn than to try and force an equalization.
Thank you on that. Thank you.
So we do have a day off tomorrow, so that will give the athletes some time to recover from their dives that they had so far, and will also give them time to recover from any ear-related issues that they might be having. And so hopefully we'll see Pavel come back stronger than ever and do some big beefy dives, either in constant weight bifins or constant weight no fins. Up next we have Elena Kronechna of the Czech Republic, doing an 86-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3:07, and it will be a national record attempt.
You're too optimistic. You're too optimistic.
Please excuse me, I was drinking a little bit of water there. Her last competition was in Cyprus, where, oh shoot, I should know this. I believe she got, oh shoot. I can't remember now what exactly she did in Cyprus, but I know she placed a few times. She had amazing dives all the way through, and definitely make sure you watch her form here because she's always lovely to watch. Okay, so she went home with 2 silver medals and 1 bronze medal. And I believe one of those days was in free immersion, although I can't recall.
40 seconds.
She started freediving at around 19 or 20 years old, and has been diving and competing for the last 19 years.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
She's a well-rounded athlete competing in all disciplines, I believe. I know she loves all of them, so I imagine she would be competing in every single one. Thanks for packing here on the surface. And here she goes.
meters.
Again, looking at the really nice extension of the arms.
30 meters.
Pulling all the way, extending all the way above her head and then pulling all the way down.
40 meters.
Looks like the current is coming down a little bit, So not as strong as it was.
50 meters.
Still lightly holding onto the line as not to lose it.
60 meters.
1 minute 10 seconds.
$70 meters.
Big shout out to Elena's family who have been supporting her by watching, giving love,
meters.
all the good stuff.
3 minutes. At the bottom.
Okay,
Coming up.
nice turn at the bottom. You can see she's making smaller movements here,
1 minute 50 seconds.
and as she continues to go up, those will get bigger and bigger.
70 meters.
She's looking really nice and relaxed. You can also notice her toes are pointed, keeping a streamlined position on her
60
body.
meters.
2 minutes 10 seconds.
50 meters.
2 minutes 30 seconds.
40 meters.
Inside.
2 minutes.
You heard that the diver is in sight at around 35 meters. So a
30
nice day for
meters.
Viz.
$20 meters.
A little bit of kick there at the bottom.
1 minute 30.
Here she is on the surface. She's okay. Very happy. Typical Elena. And a new national record. Fantastic dive. Oh, just lovely. I love when divers come up and they're excited and they're smiling. Oh, it's just absolutely lovely. Congratulations, Elena. Great job. Congratulations on a new national record for the Czech Republic.
$20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3,
Okay.
2, 1.
We now
Stop time.
have Guillermo Gallo del Val of Spain doing an 86-meter dive.
10 seconds.
Announced dive time 3:05, which is also a national record.
Started. $20 meters.
His first competition ever was in Kashbaska just last week.
20
So this is
meters.
his second competition ever. And starting off very strong with an 86-meter dive.
40 meters.
He's 30 years old now, but started diving, freediving at 27. It was his dream for a long time, but he lived in Norway and Austria and didn't really have many chances to learn.
60 meters.
and then ended up moving to the Canaries and has been there for the last 3 years. And in that time, obviously there's much more diveable area to have fun in.
18 meters.
Really nice free fall position here. The legs slightly bent. Touching down, grabbing the tag.
Coming up.
Guillermo is tall.
18 meters.
A very tall dude. Maybe, ooh, I don't know the conversion to meters, but he's maybe about 7'4" or 5. No, sorry, not 7 foot. 6 foot. 5 or 6. Quite a tall guy, and his arm span is definitely impressive. So he's getting lots of movement here, pulling himself up to the line.
40 meters. 30 meters.
He's an instructor for a living, so if you are in Lanzarote, in the Canary Islands, for Spain, definitely reach out to the team that he's working there with. And I'm sure they'd love to give you a lesson. When he's not training for depth, he's either doing high-intensity interval training, doing beach volleyball, or spearfishing. Doing his recovery breaths.
I'm okay.
He's okay. He has the tag.
Vamos! Guillermo, white card.
And a white card.
Nice.
Very nice. Great job, Guillermo.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Making it look easy.
Thank you so much.
You can see the safeties are reattaching the carabiner from the line to his wrist. The safeties are the ones who are responsible for clipping the diver onto the line, making sure that they are attached. And that way the diver, all they have to do is just come to the line and do their dive.
Por favor. Stand up. Line is set. Diver can come.
Oh, I'm not allowed here? Okay, no problem.
Up next we have Eugene Gatling of Austria, doing a 90-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes and 17 seconds. This will again be a national record attempt. So many national records. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 34 national record attempts today. My goodness. And 6 world record masters attempts. So a big day for diving and national records, and you don't want to miss any of it. And I'm sure your friends don't either, so make sure that you're sharing the link around to all your friends, all your family, so they can all watch diving history being made. Here he goes. Yeah, it looks like the current has calmed down quite a bit. You can now see that where before a diver was being blown off, you see maybe a little bit of movement, but free fall being possible. Adjusting the nose clip there. Eugene holds national records in dynamic, the dynamic pull discipline, with a dive of 254 meters swam, 182 meters dynamic no fins, 70 meters constant weight bifins in a lake. And his goals during this comp are to top his PBs in his deep disciplines.
70 meters!
Most of his training is dry because the lakes in Austria, as he's written down, are effing cold and he freezes. Ooh, we have an early turn. He says one of the biggest things that he's been working on is his equalization training, and notes that he is still bad at it, although being able to equalize down to 72 meters is nothing to turn your nose at. So it could be why he turned here as well, just losing the equalization. And one of the things that can happen when you do mouth fill is that if you equalize a little too hard against the glottis, you can actually push the air past it, and then that will then get pushed back into your lungs. And you can either lose a little bit, or you can completely swallow your mouth fill. And if you completely swallow it, you basically have no chance of continuing the equalization. I mean, I suppose you could do some reverse packing, depending on what depth you're at, but definitely it's always better if you lose your main form of equalization to turn around, come back up, and do another dive later. It's never worth it to try and ride the flexibility of your eardrums or anything like that.
1 minute 30!
You have the OK sign. One more thing to know about Eugene is that he loves cats. It's a yellow card.
1 minute!
He should receive some points for this dive, but he won't receive all, so it'll go towards his overall standing in the men for free immersion. And I would still say, lovely dive. You know, the free fall, the time he spent diving was really nice, really clean. Just sometimes you have those days where EQ doesn't want to work with you.
30 seconds!
Up next we have Cristian Castaño, of Colombia, attempting an 86-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and it will also be a national record attempt.
2, 1, stop time!
He's a 22-time national record holder for Colombia, and currently holds the constant weight for at 92 meters, and 85 meters for both ADA and CMAS, and has free immersion national record at 85 meters. So he is pushing it 1 meter deeper here today.
20 meters!
And his goals during this comp are to hopefully improve some of his national records and some of his, and gets a lot of white cards, obviously.
40 meters!
Hello.
Hey.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Christian is on
Yes, Christian is going now.
Oh.
86 meter dive, national record attempt.
Let's go, Christian. Vamos, amigo.
Yeah.
Vamos, Christian. Tú puedes.
Yeah, looking good so far.
70 meters.
I've been seeing more divers dive with their one arm above their head in free immersion recently.
A ver,
Yeah, and I think it probably helps with streamlining maybe a little bit. But I'd love to talk to Christian.
He's having a bit problem with equalization. Oh, he made it!
Yeah.
But he suffered a bit, huh? I was talking to him yesterday, and Christian explained me that, you know, because he's an instructor, he used to spend a lot of time in the water, and his adaptation comes quick. So he needed like 2 weeks to catch up with his max depth from previous year.
Wow.
But this year he did stop for some reason. I don't know. He stopped going in the water so often for 4 months. So when he came here, adaptation was working not as good as he expected or he would like.
Okay.
And he was having some troubles with equalization, but I see now he's going back in shape.
Yeah, fantastic diver. And a nice guy.
It really is, yeah.
Yeah.
20 meters.
30 seconds. He's pulling strong.
There you
Now
go,
he
Yeah.
softened a bit.
There's a bit of
strength on the
current
pull.
in those last
Yeah.
meters. But it
Last
should be
meters
alright.
is a bit of current. 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
Bubbles.
Come
Very
on.
good. Should be good.
Come on, Christian.
Breathe.
Yeah.
Está
So
bien.
he was
No os
probably.
preocupéis en casa, está todo bien.
Yeah.
Ahora está
Vamos,
recuperando, respirando.
Christian. Yeah, so when we saw the weaker pulls, probably he was losing energy. In Spanish we say perdiendo fuelle. When you are hypoxic, sometimes you try to pull and then but you feel you don't glide. It's like
Yeah. But he's okay, he's conscious.
it's okay.
Looking at the camera. Yeah, came back right away.
What a warrior.
Yeah, so
Absolutely.
Vamos, Christian.
So maybe his
Vamos contigo.
adaptation was not. His diving reflex is something we can train to actually. The more
yes.
you dive, the stronger it gets. So if Christian didn't have a lot of time for adaptation this year, maybe his diving reflex is not as strong as it used to be.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be. Oh, amazing. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves and say what you guys
Ladies
did so
first.
far?
So this is Guillermo Gallo, is the new national record for Spain, free immersion, 86 meters.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is Isabel Sanchez Aran, Isabella for her friends. She has been beating national records since she was born, basically. So, you know, today we had both white cards, and you know, it's great to be here
Yeah.
with you all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thanks.
He's like my little big brother.
He's a very big little brother, yes. You're 30?
Yeah, 30 years
30,
old.
okay.
30 years old.
Yeah. Hey, you're still just a baby.
I'm a baby, man.
But he's barely his first freediving competition.
Yeah, he
First was
did
Kashbaska, actually.
Kashbaska, yeah.
Kashbaska, which, you know,
Oh,
was a
Natalia
very...
is about to dive for gold. Okay?
Wow.
Yes, this is for gold. 91 meter dive with an announced dive time of 3:15.
Beautiful.
So Natalia is one of my most admired female divers. Really, I love her technique, and she's strong athlete. You can see her body is
Built.
Yeah.
well built. Yeah.
And she's a instructor at Deep Dive Dubai.
Yeah, and you know, she's like entrepreneurship. She has entrepreneur woman. She has leadership, and she also collaborates in the organizational part of the CMAS commission. So for me, it's like very complete free diver. It's someone I would follow, admire and follow as a reference.
And we have beautiful technique here as well. Arms are nicely tucked in. A little bit of current still pulling a tiny bit, but staying relaxed. So your fingers are tucked in underneath her weight belt to sort of be able to still hold on and keep a streamlined position.
Steering with the feet. How she's steering the current.
Yeah.
meters.
Yeah, really nice dive.
meters.
She goes.
Natalia.
You probably heard her dive alarm go off.
She's got it. She's got it. There you go.
Nice turn at the bottom.
At the bottom. Coming up.
As little wasted energy as possible.
Yeah, looking smooth.
Oh, look.
She started diving, freediving when she was 19 years old.
Wow.
There were some freedivers in the pool, and she hopped on with them and started.
Yeah, I remember when I started freediving in 2015. It was Limassol World Championship, and then I remember watching the videos in YouTube. I was curious about this new sport, and then there was a video with Natalia, and she was. I remember she had problems to come up, and she was like, "My banana. This is because I didn't eat my banana this morning." And then I started eating banana after that.
Yeah. Bananas get you to 100 meters. You heard it here.
Look, she's helping a bit with the feet. Probably
Yeah.
she's feeling her arms a bit tired.
Yeah. As with all disciplines, after a long dive, you have lactic acid buildup, and you can feel very heavy and.
And she's a swimmer.
Yes.
She has good technique. She can make it.
Yeah, she was part of the national swimming team, I believe.
Was she?
I tried
for
to do
Ukraine.
same in 2018 in Roatan, but I didn't succeed. It was not a good idea. Not such a good swimmer.
Let's go, Natalia.
Okay, let's go. Getting up to the surface.
Yeah.
Safety's watching her closely.
Almost there.
Looking good. Yeah.
Yes. Gonna make it.
Breathe.
1 minute.
Looking fresh.
Amazing.
There you go.
And where's the tag?
That's a goal.
There we
go.
Congrats, Natalia.
Bravo, Natalia.
Well done.
Very nice.
Well deserved.
So, new national record for Ukraine. Also gold for the Women's Free Immersion Day.
Wow, incredible.
Fantastic.
Incredible.
You gonna hop in too?
That was the most hilarious exit protocol ever. Come, sit. What position you made, Elena?
Hello.
Hello.
Third.
You did third?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm so happy.
Congratulations.
You came
Thank
out of the
you.
water like you just went to buy
I know, because
bread.
I get so happy.
No, it looked like such an easy dive.
Oh no, it was not. I was just focusing on the way up and just
Started!
poo, okay, you can do it. And finally I get it, so I'm so happy.
Oh, amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're doing a great championship.
Yeah.
But especially because Elena is getting like really seasick the
Oh,
moment
yeah.
she steps on the boat.
Yeah,
She's
doing a
struggling
dive
with
with seasickness is not fun.
No, definitely not fun. No.
Okay, cool. Here we have Piet Botman of the Netherlands doing a
Hello,
90-meter
Piet.
dive with a 3 minute 18 second dive time for a world record master attempt.
Yeah, Pete is a very strong diver. He's training in Dahab. And he's living with Olga, I think. So they are a very nice couple.
Nice. Yeah, his, let's see, he's a 12-time national record holder. And yeah, trying for the master's discipline here to set a world record in mat. So he holds 92 meters free immersion.
92?
92.
What is fantastic there. My God.
And so setting 90 for the masters is just another thing to add.
Oh, wow.
Another thing to add to the CV.
Look at fantastic free fall. What is that?
Beautiful free fall.
Oh yeah.
He's keeping one hand in the carabiner and the other very streamlined.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's very strong current down there.
No, down, really?
Like, yeah, so until I felt it until 60, 55,
Really?
yeah.
Oof, okay.
I pull also a little bit on the way down.
Look how he's staying in the tube. Like some free immersion free divers have this approach of trying to stay in the tube. I
completely
did
streamlined.
it from Thibaut Guignez, and some others would balance side to side.
Yeah. A bit more of a relaxed flow.
Yeah, see, if you balance is,
I think
if
like
you
this
rock
to
is more
stay.
relaxing, you use
Yeah.
a certain amount of muscles. If you stay in the tube, it's more hydrodynamic.
Yeah. So it's always a trade-off
You can
between
also
figuring out.
alternate. So you use a group of muscles, then when they get a bit tired, you use another. You switch from one to one.
There you go.
Oh, he looks strong still.
Yeah, it's not easy to glide in when there is a current. So
No.
most of divers are just keeping pulling.
Yeah. And again, pulling himself back to the line, not only pulling himself up the line.
You can
more of
see
a-
the push
yeah.
the rope close
Look
to
how
him.
the,
There you go, there you
the
go.
legs start
Go,
going
go,
far
go.
away from the line as closer
You
the
can
closer
do
he
it.
gets to
Go,
surface.
Pete.
because of current.
Come on, come on.
There
Go.
you go, there you go. He's got it.
Hold
He's got
it. Got it.
Come on, you're Dutch, you can make it.
Breathe.
José,
Breathe.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh. And keep breathing.
how full?
Keep breathing, yes.
Keep breathing.
The important
yeah.
part.
Oh, it was very close, but he did it. Fantastic.
Yeah, beautiful
job.
dive.
Yeah. Oh no, what he did.
What? What happened?
He put the face on the water just to
before
find the
the-
tag. Oh no, before the white card.
No, come on.
No way, he cannot do that.
It's a yellow card at least. Think about it, judges.
I don't have a choice.
Oh yeah, please.
It was a silly mistake.
Oh no.
I mean,
Let's see.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Yeah.
So that's a red card.
No way.
He does have the opportunity to protest.
He dipped his face on the water, so it's not
Yeah.
possible. I
okay.
think. But he was okay. I know. Everybody knows.
Yeah. Oh,
okay guys, I will leave you.
cool.
I will
Thanks for
go
stopping
to
by.
go to Summer.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sounds good. See you
I
later.
will leave you as well because
Okay.
I start to get seasick.
Okay. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Oh, you're nice and cold. Oh my god. Okay, bye. Are you also leaving me?
Man, I don't know. I'd like to say, well, as soon as he begins his dive, I'd like to, just thank everybody who's been part of this process.
Of course.
It's been amazing taking
Yeah.
part of this event. Not only my federation, but basically everybody that's been there during the process. Honestly, from my students back in Lanzarote to my friends supporting from back home, and my family always there, very supportive as well. It might be tricky for parents to think that we're diving and putting ourselves into any risk.
Of course, yeah.
Nothing like that, fortunately. But
No, definitely not.
It's good to have them supporting us. And just in Spanish, un saludo a todo el mundo ahí en España, especialmente a mi gente en Lanzarote, todo el equipo que me ha estado apoyando para llegar aquí. Sin vosotros no hubiera sido posible, así que bueno, agradeceroslo, y a la familia, a todo el mundo que estáis viéndonos, pues gracias por estar atentos, por el apoyo, y nada, nos seguiremos viendo próximamente.
Muchas gracias.
Eso, there
Yeah.
you go, man.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Thanks, man, for the opportunity.
Oh, you're nice and cold too. Oh,
Yeah.
I should probably take this off, huh? I'm a little toasty.
Man, if you need my wetsuit.
No, I'm good. I don't
You're
want to
good
get in a
with
wetsuit. Okay, cool. We'll chat with you later.
Cheers, mate.
Cool, thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, fantastic. So many lovely guests. Up next we have Rustam Derin, there we go, of Turkey, doing a 94-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So a nice long dive here. He holds the national record in free immersion at 93 meters right now, or sorry, 83 meters right now. So pushing it to 94 is a big leap. He came in second during the 2019 Kaspashka World Championship, or World Cup. And came in first place for the constant weight bifins discipline.
60 meters! 1 minute, 10 seconds.
You can see him blinking his eyes. One of the things that, maybe it's just my own mental block, but I really struggle to open my eyes in ocean water. Okay, an early turn there. I find that it hurts my eyes, although I feel like that can't be right. This part of me wonders if it's because I also have my contacts in and that sort of stuff. But I always am wildly impressed by the people who just open their eyes underwater. Just like, ah, la la la. Not a big deal. So, shout out to all you cool kids who open your eyes underwater.
$40 meters. 2 minutes, 10 seconds.
I just received word that the photographer in the waters is Federico Uzzoni. So there was a question earlier of who was doing the photography, and it is Federico.
20 meters.
Okay, we're looking good. Coming up.
Omar, 3 minutes.
Looking fine. Okay. We have a yellow card, but still celebrations. I mean, again, a 71-meter dive is not easy for a majority of people, myself included. I've only gone down to 50, so a 71-meter dive is nothing to turn up your nose at. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle of my papers. Okay, fantastic.
2 minutes.
Up next we have Omar Al-Gailani of Oman, doing a 102-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes and 35 seconds, and it will be a national record attempt.
One minute 30.
Omar has 16 national records in all disciplines, with free immersion at 101, constant weight at 101, constant weight bifins at 90, and constant weight no fins at 65. He set the free immersion and constant weight national records at Kashbaska just last week. And he's hoping to push it one more again. Started off as a spear fisherman and then started competing in 2018. We've been diving for quite a while. He loves all the disciplines and is very keen to place in the top 3 during this competition.
4, 3, 2,
So each dive gives you individual points for the day that you're diving, so it counts towards your overall standing in that way. But then it also, all the points are added up at the end of the competition to see your overall standing in the comp.
20 meters.
Okay. Here he
40
goes.
meters.
Again, nice long extensions of the arms.
40 meters.
Okay, beginning his free fall phase now.
50
Giving a little
meters.
shake to the shoulders to relax everything. You can see his hands are at his sides with his thumbs touching
60
his
meters.
thighs. Really nice free fall technique. Chin slightly
70
tucked in.
meters. $18 meters.
Ooh, early turn there.
Turn. 18.
Yeah, it kind of looked like his mouthfeel was running a little low there. So it could be that earlier in the dive
70
he
meters.
had a bit of a leaky mouthfeel, so he lost some of the air but not all of it. And towards the end just ran out of air to equalize with.
60 meters.
Here he comes, really nice technique once again,
50
coming back up.
meters.
Waving to the camera. I have to say, I love the
40
interaction
meters.
when divers are waving to me, waving to you all at home. Yeah,
20
definitely an
meters.
equalization issue here. He's feeling totally fine.
2 minutes, 40 seconds.
And again, I mean, you know, we have these
20
days where
meters.
equalization just isn't working, or you push just a little too hard and you lose a little bit of your mouthfeel. These things happen.
Coming up.
He's okay. Big smile on his face.
Uma, yellow card. Thank you.
Got a yellow card. It's still a beautiful dive. Fantastic technique. Again, the safety is removing the official dive watch that the judges will use to check the official depth. up, we have Walid Boudiaf of Tunisia doing a 113-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Very nice long dive. When he completes this dive, he will be in 4th place for the men's. He holds the world record, as I said today, for variable weight, which is where you go down on a sled that is weighted, and it pulls you down to the bottom, and then you come back up, kicking with your own technique and muscle. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Congratulations on your dive.
Oh, thank you. That was very unexpected.
Why was it unexpected?
Because free immersion is never my strong discipline. Because I never to train free immersion, you gotta have a proper setup where you can really pull up and down. So heavy weight and stable. Not a buoy, but something else.
Yeah.
So normally I don't train for immersion, and I dive it once per year at the World Championship.
Well, and
so usually there are many more strong girls competing in free immersion. I mean, I'm happy with my dive. It's my personal best. It's national record and everything.
Amazing.
The surprise was that it would be the first announcement. So
fair enough. Fair enough.
Good surprise though.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh, and we're watching Walid do a always fantastic dive. Arms nice at the side, nice and streamlined.
Current is pretty significant today. I did feel it.
Yeah, it's sort of come off a little bit, but there's still some patches that are a bit.
I mean, I could really feel my legs being falling behind. I even kicked no fins once or twice.
Yeah, because you were a little bit earlier, maybe 15-20 minutes ago. It seems to have calmed down a little bit since then.
Right now. Good for guys, deepest are just coming.
Yeah, it was actually much worse this morning before you got here.
Yes, buddy.
Nice. Okay. Nice turn at the bottom.
I had so much fun with 100.
Yeah. It's nice to get into a rhythm.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying earlier that I love free immersion because of that. You can just get into a rhythm of pull and glide, pull and glide.
I used to be a swimmer, and free immersion reminds me a lot of long distance freestyle. So we would have it for base training, let's say just 3 kilometers.
Sure.
Freestyle.
You know.
And that's pretty much how it feels in freediving.
Yeah. I mean, aside from the fact that you can't breathe when you're freediving.
That's a little detail.
Yeah, a little detail. Yeah, so he announced 3 minutes and 50 seconds for this dive. Which, I mean...
That looks strong.
Yeah, he's looking nice and strong. And I always have to remind myself that many people can't hold their breath for 3 minutes and 50 seconds, let alone do a 113-meter dive in that time.
I remember you talking about, when I came, you were talking about his no limit dive? No,
yes, variable weight, yes.
What was his
he
dive
said it
time
at
there?
150 meters. I don't know what the dive time was, though. Ooh, definitely getting...
Tired?
Definitely getting tired. But we're right there. Come on, Walid. Come on, right there. Breathe.
I think that's also
breathe.
current,
Yeah.
because that's exactly how I felt.
Yeah.
The way it looks, that's how I felt. Yeah.
But he gave the okay. He's
Yeah, he did.
looking good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Apparently, he didn't feel that tired
Yeah.
how it looked, because it was just the current pulling away
Yeah.
so much.
We're waiting for the call, but it should be a white card. You know, casual 4-minute and 3-second dive. Amazing dive. So that currently puts him in 4th place for the men for today.
Fourth.
4th place, yes.
First is Alex.
First is Alexi, then Abdul, and then Petar Plavar of Croatia. Petar's going to do 119 meters.
First oxygen.
And about this, he haven't, my English, sorry.
All good.
Excuse my English. he didn't dive yet, right?
Who?
Abdul.
No, not yet. He's going to be the last before the break, which I am looking forward to because I am hungry.
Okay.
I'm super hungry.
And I believe I need to go and have my doping test.
Okay.
They've
Yes,
been
because
watching me.
all national records require a doping test after being yeah.
It's national, so as far as I'm aware, there are few points, like few types of attempts who will get doping test. World record, first, second place, no matter of the records.
Yep.
And there is also a random list.
Yep.
So when I had my national record for at Kashpashka, I didn't have doping test.
Okay.
So I believe national record itself is not that necessary.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Although maybe I
Yeah.
can I
You
stay
sure you
with
don't
you?
want to stay for
Yes,
Alexi's dive?
Yes, of course I want to stay for Alex's dive. That's what I was going to say.
Perfect.
30 seconds.
Yes. So we now have Alexi Molchanov, the one and only of the Russian Underwater Federation, doing a 121-meter dive with an announced dive time of his classic 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Really, all of his dives that I've seen him do are either 4 minutes and 30 seconds or 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Which, I mean, again, you know,
5, 4,
many people can't hold their breath for that long just laying perfectly still.
Top time.
See him doing some packing on the surface.
And for some people it will be easier to dive during all this time instead of laying down doing nothing, because it's also mentally challenging.
That is very true.
He has an unusual neck weight on him. I haven't seen it before.
Yeah. And that's sort of interesting. I know he usually likes to dive with as little weight as possible, because he kicks through.
And recently, no weights at all.
Yes, yeah.
Because he is strong, his suit is thin, and he kicks pretty much all the way down.
Right.
So look at that.
Yeah, there is a bit of current.
It's a decent current.
It's a decent current, yeah.
13 meters.
So as far as I know, what Alexei is doing during his dive, he just relies more on his feeling, and he would still make some strokes and kicks time to time, based on the feeling of speed and his skin and stuff. Because many athletes, including me also, would set up an alarm until what depth to fin, and then just stop. And keep relaxation for equalization and things like that. I'm not sure if Alex has that one, but the latest dives he did, I was watching him, and he's always finning here and there, very natural.
Yeah, he sort of started doing more of the kicks every now and then kind of technique.
Funny how his feet are propelling, balancing the whole body.
Yeah, I always wonder if it's intentional, or if it's just because you're sort of flopping your feet around as you're diving.
I
know some people do use it to steer.
It is intentional, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think his case, he might come and ask, but yes, it is. It can be really useful, even that small direction.
100 meters.
Absolutely. Whoop. There we go. Dive eye is back.
Got distracted.
Yeah, got distracted by something.
110 meters.
Yep. Making it look easy.
120. At the
Right.
bottom.
The current CMAS national record is at 126 meters, also set by Alexi. Alexi, obviously a world record holder, many times. I think he's at 35 world record holder now.
I'm not sure if he's
something,
counting.
something ridiculous. I mean, after a certain point, you're kind of just like, yeah, okay.
Alessa also told me the same number, actually, 35.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they, I don't know.
So maybe that's right.
maybe I mean, it's possible.
Yeah. And also, many-time national record holder as well, of course.
If you consider that, yeah, Alexi is in freediving for the last 20 years or something.
Yeah.
And he started to compete straightforward. I don't know when was his first world record. Maybe something to ask him about.
That would be a good question to ask. Yeah. If he swings by, I will definitely ask him that.
3 disciplines, 10 championships, 10 years. That's already 30.
Yeah. Geez. And
that's
plus
pool.
Plus pool.
70 meters.
You know, he's had a fantastic career, and will continue to have a fantastic career.
He's having.
Yes, thank you. I don't know why I'm putting those.
I don't know. He got a son, but that's just the beginning of the next stage.
Yeah, 7 months old, I think he said.
17 years from now, you will be sitting into
yeah.
another Molchanov.
Absolutely.
You'll be old with beard.
Old and gray. Although I am getting pretty gray now anyway.
They call it salt and pepper.
That's right. That's right. I like it. Yeah, okay, we're at 4 minutes now. 20 seconds off of his announced dive time.
30 meters.
Looking good.
20 meters.
I believe for this kind of dives, it's more important not to get narked. For this level of athletes.
Yes.
Because obviously their breath hold is very strong and physical condition is great.
Equalizing is totally fine.
Yeah. What I cannot tell about mine, I'm struggling with equalization this
championship.
Yeah. Turned early yesterday, so today I announced just something what I would equalize for sure.
Amazing.
And Alexi looks super easy.
Yeah, really easy. Smiling, laughing, showing the tag. Yeah?
Put it very deep in the stage plate.
So that's a white card, and that is first place for men's free immersion.
Awesome.
So congratulations to Alexi. Fantastic dive, as always. I don't really know what else we expected from him. Just a lovely dive to watch. Yeah, amazing.
Okay.
Okay, you're running away now?
I'll accompany him for doping test, I guess.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Thank you for coming. We'll see you later, Talia.
From here or by boat?
Yes, cool. Thank you. Bye. Okay. We have one more diver. Abdul Al-Wash of France. Also doing a very nice deep long dive with an announced dive time of 4 minutes and 35 seconds. I believe that is him on the line there. If you look, you can see, yes, that is him. Perfect. You saw his toes hanging onto the line. That's something that a lot of athletes will do to sort of help support them, keep them out of the water, and help keep their airways out of the water as well. Ooh. Okay. not completely sure what's going on here. Could be. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on here. But hopefully, oh, see on the screen that says 10 meters. Although, yeah, I don't know. So I'm gonna go figure out what exactly is going on. Seems like everyone is going on break now, so we might have Abdul do a dive after the break. But yeah, I will let you know. It looks like he's moved away from the dive line, so I think we can safely assume a yellow card. I'll figure out for sure what's going on, and I will report back after about 20 minutes. So make sure that you are following me on Instagram, Brandon Freediver. Make sure you're following CMAS on Instagram as well. And yeah, I'll see you guys in about 20 minutes. Make sure you're sending me any questions you have, and we'll answer them when there is time. Cool. Chat with you later. Okay, welcome back. We are on part 2 of today's free immersion dives for the CMAS Outdoor World Championships here in Kash, Turkey. Beautiful day out here. A little bit of movement on the surface, but not really that much. You can see behind me. Yeah, you can see behind me. Very little movement. The water I last heard was 25 degrees, but that was early this morning, so probably a bit warmer now. We do have a bit of a current that is still sort of impacting some of our divers, but it's definitely much less than what it was earlier. And I think it will continue to trend that way as well as we continue. Let's see, before we get to our diver, Petar Klovar, I did want to say that Abdel Alwash did do his dive, did dive down to about 10 meters and had a really painful sinus issue in his sinuses in the middle of his forehead. So he turned around rather than risk a barotrauma, and obviously disappointed because you can definitely do 120 quite easily. But we, of course, wish him a speedy recovery, and also, personally, I applaud him for doing the early turn, because there's sometimes you can force an equalization, but that always ends up being more painful than what it's worth. So I really applaud Abdel for turning early, and rather than push it, come back. Up next we have Petar Klovar of Croatia doing a 119 meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes and 47 seconds. He's a 4-time national record holder in free immersion with 116 meters. So this will be another national record. Whoops, another national record dive. So my papers are flying around here a little bit. He also has the national record in constant weight no fins with 91 meters. Entering the freefall phase here. Arms at the sides. You can see the legs moving a little bit off the line. So there's a little bit of movement. but looking good, down to 60. He set the national record for 160 meters for Croatia at the World Championship in Cyprus just a few weeks ago. So he's pushing just a little bit further now before the end of the season. A really nice free fall here. You can still see a good amount of air in the mouthfill. Touching down. Small pulls down at the bottom.
110 meters. 1 minute 50 seconds. 100 meters.
And now moving up to much bigger movements.
90 meters. 2 minutes 10 seconds. 80 meters.
The entire Croatian team here has an Indiegogo campaign to help them offset the costs of the trip. So if you're interested in supporting the Croatian team, you can go to Indiegogo and look up World Championship Freediving Croatian team, and they should pop up. I know they have a lot of really cool rewards that they're giving out. I think there are a few training sessions with some of the athletes, personalized thank yous, all that good stuff. Still looking nice and fresh.
30 meters.
His goals during this comp are to get medals in this discipline for immersion and also constant weight no fins.
3 minutes 9 seconds.
And he announced 3:47 for this dive, so he's a little ahead of schedule, but looking totally fine. Super fresh. Man, making it look so easy. Completely recovered already. This man just did 119 meters. And looking like he just didn't do anything. Amazing dive. That is a new national record. So mark it down, 5-time national record holder in free immersion for Petar. And if my calculations are correct, that puts him in 2nd place in the free immersion discipline for men. So that is awesome. And then with Abdul doing the early turn, that puts Walid Boudiaf in 3rd place. Up next we have Samo Jarenko of Slovenia doing a 108-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Again, nice long extensions here in the arms. You can see he just did a mouthful there with his chin up a little bit and then moved it down into a bit more of a streamlined position. Some athletes will lengthen their neck very slightly to add just a little bit of more space into their throat. to hold just a little bit more air to be able to equalize at deeper depths. Because again, as you go deeper and deeper, the airspace gets more and more compressed. And so you need to have as much air as you can in your mouth to equalize the deeper you go. And as you can see too, his cheeks are getting smaller and smaller. You can even see them pulsing a little bit. That's him doing his equalizations with his eustachian tubes. This is a national record attempt for Slovenia.
100.
We have an early turn there.
100 meters.
Coming back up, nice strong arm pulls.
90 meters. 80 meters.
As we were talking about earlier, you can really get into a rhythm with these arm pulls.
70 meters.
Isabella was saying again about where she was talking about staying in the tube, and if you do that, you stay more streamlined, but you also are using a bit more energy and oxygen to stay in that position. Whereas if you're going the route that Sam was taking, you're still a bit in the tube. This is probably a mix of the two, but he's definitely letting his body move around a little bit more, which again is more relaxing. You use less energy, but it also takes you out of streamline a bit more. Here we see our safety divers. Huge shout out to the safeties, doing a fantastic job here, keeping all the divers safe. We have luckily not seen many blackouts or red cards today, which is definitely what we love to see. Okay. Looking good. He's okay.
40 bolts. 3 minutes.
So yellow card there because of the early turn at the bottom. Yeah, so yellow card being given, still a celebration. Which, I mean, again, as I said before, these dives should all be celebrated. I mean, Semo just did a dive to 102 meters. Yeah, that's nothing to scoff at. And there we see Vitamir going to the line to get ready, while we have Thibaut Guinet of France on the other line. Thibaut is going to be doing a 108 meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes and 25 seconds.
1 minute 30.
Thibaut is a 9-time national record holder and currently holds the record for France at 117 meters free immersion. So it's definitely below what he can do, but you know, what I said yesterday is very true, that athletes have to announce what they're going to dive the night before, and they have to figure out. They don't not only have to think about what they're going to dive, but also how they're feeling. They have to look at the conditions. And I know last night there was some concern about some wind coming and adding a lot of current and a lot of waves and surface movement. So that could have played into what some of the divers announced. But we'll see how it goes. Thibaut is a fantastic diver, been around for a long while now. I think his first comp was 2015 at the World Championships in Limassol. And he did his first freediving course in Thailand and spent some time. She actually then moved to the Philippines, where he has a freediving school. So if you're in the Philippines, make sure you check out Thibaut's school. Hello! Are you gonna come join me? Thibaut's diving now.
Oh, okay, let me help you.
Fantastic, yes.
Thibaut.
Yes, please.
Just right at the start of the dive.
Yes.
Thibaut asked me before the dive if there's any current.
And
I told him that it's like, it feels like it's until 30, and then after this it's good.
Yes, yeah, and that's sort of what we've seen. We started the morning at around 50 meters with the current going the whole way, and it's sort of let up a little bit.
Yeah. So he have quite some weight. It's combined on the neck and on the waist.
Yeah. Do you know how much he's bringing down with him?
Well, the neck weight is it's not heavy, right?
Okay.
That's the one within the 1.5, like or less than 1.5. So it could be like I think overall 2.5 or oops.
Oof, early turn.
Something he felt that it's not obvious from here. It looked like very quick
turn, yeah.
Like maybe ear got stuck or something, but it was like really quick.
That could be, yeah.
1 minute 30 seconds.
Yeah, we've seen a few of the deeper dives doing early turns here. A lot of issues with equalizing, I think.
30 meters.
Looking good and strong. Yeah, I mean this will be
very fast.
Yeah.
As well.
Ready to just be done now.
2 minutes.
Coming up.
Yep. He's okay. Yeah. So it'll be a yellow card. Yeah, the equalization issues are frustrating, for sure. Especially being here at the comp where you have the one day to do the one dive, and it's
in this sense, like World Championships, there's more nerves, like because there's like no room for mistake, and with other competition, whereas there is like more attempts, it's easier. What you can have.
Right? Like with vertical blue.
With vertical, that's the thing. You have more days to do records, national records. Here, it's like one of the things.
You got the one.
You got the one only.
Yeah.
Maybe that's something to like think about the future. But yeah, it's not something.
So would you prefer then to have more days that are just like basically free days that you can do whatever you want, or do you prefer the sort of style like this of just one day, one dive?
If it's several attempts for one discipline, then it's going to be a very long event. If it's going to be all four, so it's
that's fair.
Maybe when people start to be more specialized, then it'll make sense. When it's like looking at other sports and it's like trying to find a way to I don't know, like sometimes there is with like swimming type of sports like that, you still have one try, right?
Yes.
It's finals. That's finals. That's it.
Right.
With their like like all their powerlifting and stuff, it's several attempts.
Right.
All like high jumps as well.
Right.
With
yes.
the jumps, it's like 3.
Yep.
And then you get the best or something. Like you just slowly progress.
Right.
That's not clear yet. I think it's quite a lot of thinking to be done.
Well, I mean, the sport is definitely evolving.
Yeah.
And I mean, not only in like how the sport is actually like performed, but also like, you know, how we're training for it.
Mm-hmm.
How like our techniques that we use to actually get down are always evolving.
Yeah.
Which is also, I mean, I love watching all of the athletes perform because there are always something weird or new coming along that someone's trying that could be the next best thing.
Yeah. Oh, there's countdown for Vitimir now.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going really also strong.
Yeah.
107, that's one of his personal bests, like I think one of his deepest.
Okay, amazing. He's been very consistent across the last few weeks with the Cyprus comp and this one as well.
Yeah. And some couple of years ago he had more like issues with the lungs, with the squeezes, and like it's great to see that it improves and like, he can go deeper because he has such a strong like dynamic capabilities in the pool, so transitioning those in depth is great to see.
30 meters!
Having more and more like athletes, strong athletes from the pool fighting the way for great depth is going to definitely push the sport forward.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot to be said for training in the pool. I mean, it doesn't completely translate to diving depth, but I mean, it definitely builds the power and the stamina that you need, especially if you're doing sprints and that sort of stuff.
60 meters!
Yeah. The speed is great. It's so far it's like in the range of 1 meter per second. But with the first meters of current, he might be even going faster right now.
Yeah.
So it is.
18 meters!
Yeah, it is more. Oh, what happened?
Early turn as well.
And the similar depth as T-ball.
Yeah.
But I guess different reasons
could be.
Also maybe.
Could be there's a shark hanging out down there off camera, scaring everybody. No, definitely not.
60 meters!
Although I was asked earlier if fish have ever messed with a competitor during a dive, and I brought up the jellyfish issue that sometimes happens. But have you ever heard of any fish disrupting a competition?
No, it's usually jellyfish happens. Like even here, like I felt with my face during warm up.
Yeah.
Sometimes, but usually it's not that disturbing.
Yeah, usually they don't want to be around all these boats and these people and everything.
Yeah. Even though one time in Honduras there was a shot from the bottom camera when the school of sharks was doing circles, like I don't know, 20 or 30 of them was going around bottom plate, and the diver was going down and up. Probably he didn't see the sharks, but they were around, they were watching.
That's intense. I mean, I know that.
I was curious, maybe.
Yeah, well, I know sharks. They're drawn to like bottom plates and bottom weights. Like that's how it was when I was in Sodwana Bay in South Africa. We dropped a line down with a weight on it, and I went down the line, and there were 2 or 3 sharks just sort of coming towards the bottom plate.
1 minute 30!
But surely it's not the case here. So
no, definitely not.
To see what the Vitimir says. It was 82, so 25 meters short.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm sure like it's something with equalization, or with like pressure, maybe something didn't feel right, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, and it's so important to actually listen to those feelings too.
To the body.
Yeah. Because your body knows, and there is a time obviously to push a little bit, but
1 minute.
you must push within reason.
Yeah.
And I always say it's a very mature decision to do an early turn.
Yeah. Maybe he was very happy for Peter, and
Yeah.
like, he was too excited.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, I'll go catch the boat.
Cool, awesome. Thanks for coming by.
You're welcome.
See you later. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Antonio Mogavero of Italy doing a 93-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3:05.
10 seconds.
Antonio is a 3-time Italian champion
5.
at the Italian Championship, where he did 96 meters free immersion,
1. Top time.
which I believe is the national record. So he's going to do a little bit less today. Ooh, please excuse me.
Start it.
Okay, and he says his favorite disciplines are free immersion and monofin. I believe we saw him yesterday as well, so... Although, for the life of me, I cannot remember what he did.
20 meters.
And I'm watching 60-plus dives per day, so after a little bit, they kind of blend together.
30 meters.
Okay, entering the free fall now. Looking up really high, looking down the line.
40 meters.
Seems to have okay technique. Usually if you put your head up to look up the line, you will throw your body out of alignment. And it looks like his back might be a little
60 meters.
tweaked, kind of funny, but it could also be too, his upper back is in a streamlined position and his legs are in a streamlined position. So it could just be that this is what works for him and he's relaxed and he will do it. Oh, another early turn. Again at that 80-meter range. Maybe, just maybe, there's a gang of sharks down there.
1 minute 40 seconds. 60 meters. 50 seconds.
Really nice technique coming up though. He's an instructor, freediving instructor during the winter at Y40, which you can see on his wetsuit. It's one of the deepest pools in the world. And in the summer, he is in the south of Italy in Porto Cesaro, teaching freediving there as well.
2 minutes 30 seconds.
He's been competitive freediving in the pool since 18 and did his freediving course at 15 years old. And he's 24 years old now, so he's definitely one of the up-and-coming freedivers in the world, and I'm sure we will see him a lot for a long time. Got the OK sign. Yellow card for the early turn. Probably a little frustrated. But again, 81 meters. It's a good dive. Okay. Up next we have Jasper Sessman of Denmark He's doing a 90-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Bonjour, monsieur.
So this will be to take the world record from Petr Vela, who just did the dive earlier, and set it at 78 meters. Jasper notes that he is 52 and a half years old. And his goal during this comp is to get a medal in the Masters category. Okay. His last competition.
30 meters.
Someone's getting a phone call. His
40 meters.
Good. Sorry, his last competition was in the World Championship in Nice in 2019, where he got either 6th place or 7th place in CNF, which he cannot remember, which is definitely relatable content. Looking really nice and relaxed here. Chin tucked in slightly. A really beautiful free fall position here. Everything nice and in line. Making little adjustments with his feet. Grabbing a tag and coming up. He's been a competitive swimmer since he was 15 or 18 years old. And he says that he's always been a huge competitor. Always enjoyed it, always primarily doing freediving competitions now. Coming up nice and strong. Hello.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much.
We were joined by Petr Klavar. And we are watching Jasper Sessman's dive to 90 meters, which will be a world record for the Masters category.
Oh, yeah, Masters. Oh, cool.
Yeah. He's looking really nice so far.
How old is he?
He is 52 and a half.
Okay.
And with the Masters category starting at 50 years old, I think. So he's a young buck in the Masters category.
Yeah.
Yeah, he announced 3:30 for this dive, so coming up a bit of schedule. Okay. Yeah, looking okay. Smile on his face.
1 minute 30.
We wait for the tag. As we saw earlier with Pete, you cannot drop your airways under the water even if you're completely fresh. Pete just did a dive to 90 meters as well and put his face in the water to find his tag, and they gave him a red card.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's
and that's
too bad.
that it really sucks.
Yeah. Okay, in my opinion, it's important that he did the dive.
Yes, yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah,
but
it can be like frustrating.
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, and he was fresh on the surface too, and a little frustrating for the silly mistakes, but guarantee he will never do it again.
Yeah, when you told me now that, I'm thinking, did I do it? Like, oh no, I gotta watch.
No,
out.
yeah. No, you gotta be careful.
Yeah,
because it'll get you.
And the waves and everything, it can be.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Tell me about your dive.
Dive was like not perfect.
Okay.
All the way perfect, but it was really good. The conditions are good. Like first 20 meters, maybe a little current, but on the way down, perfect. Between 40 and 60, I was like thinking. Honestly, I was thinking like if I'm going to turn or to continue.
Okay.
And after 60, I was like totally focused. Everything is fine, and it was good. Good dive.
Amazing. It looked really nice.
Really?
Really nice free fall. I mean, I'm sitting up here watching all these amazing dives, just being like, a little free fall here would be nice. I'd love to spend some time in the water too.
Yeah, of course.
But such is the life of the commentator.
Oh yeah. And then at the end of the day, you
don't
feel like doing anything.
Yeah, right. At the end of the day, I want to go to bed. So we have Stéphane Toriot of France doing a 91-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes. He holds the CMAS national record for, I believe, free immersion at 111 meters. Legs slightly apart. Okay, I think we can see maybe he's locked he had his feet sort of crossed. Yeah, as a way to sort of keep himself streamlined and keep his legs together. Maybe he heard me talking about his legs.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah, that's a nice free fall. Yeah, definitely no current down at this depth.
18 meters.
Yeah, he says the most important part of his training for this comp has been working on his mindset for getting ready for, essentially for D-Day, as he calls it, of the day he's doing his dive. And so the meditation, the relaxation, being able to calm yourself on the day where everything's going on around you is obviously a very important thing to train for.
Yeah. Like the problem in freediving, or the good thing is that when it comes to your best dive and best performances, you need to be like the most relaxed. And so the perfect thing would be for me to go like on your deepest dives, to go like you're doing some easy training. But it's really hard because you know what we're getting into.
Yeah.
So it's hard to go into that mindset. But if you can do it, then it's the best.
Yeah.
Like easy training, and you do deep dive, and after that you're chill and everything. If you get stressed before the dive, it's so hard. To do it so hard.
Absolutely.
This looks nice.
Yeah, still looking really good.
Yeah, nice and relaxed.
And nice long pauses between the pulls, so letting himself really glide.
Yeah, I don't have glide.
Yeah, you sort of up the line the whole way.
I like to do it like that.
Okay, doing some strong recovery breaths on the surface.
Give the sign, man. Yeah.
Give the sign?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. do it. Give the sign.
Do it.
You're making us nervous.
Yeah, it's different between the CMAS and AIDA competition because here you need just to do it, like do the sign.
Just the okay sign, yes.
But many people have that like automatically to take off the nose clip and everything.
Right, yes.
Yeah, good dive.
Very nice dive. Yeah, easy 91 meters. Yeah, fantastic. Cool. Thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah. Thank you for calling me.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. See you later, man.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Fatima of Hungary, the one and only, doing an 88-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Line is set to 90 meters.
Fatima is one of the athletes that just competed in Cyprus, where she got gold in... Wow, I should really have this information written down, huh? Let me quickly check my notes here. In the meantime, we can watch Fatima do some packs on the surface. You can see her grabbing her hood and flooding her hood. Again, it's a it's a thing that divers do to make sure that they don't need to equalize the outside of their ears, or their outer ears, because the wetsuit itself creates a seal, and if there's air in there, it will also compress as you go deeper and deeper. And so you can actually pull the eardrum out the opposite way if you are not filling that airway with water.
40 meters!
Yes, okay, so at the World Championship last week she did 81 meters free immersion, which is shallower than what she's doing now. So this is going to be a fantastic dive from Fatima.
60 meters!
Her PB in free immersion is 91, so we're still not at her PB yet.
Meters.
Looking really nice and relaxed.
Meters.
Coming down at the bottom. Really nice free fall.
Coming up. 80 meters.
Geldi mi?
Meters.
Really strong pulls coming up. Sorry, I'm just really enjoying watching Fatima's dive here.
60 meters. 50 meters.
And Fatima's a fantastic athlete. She's worked very hard to get to where she is today, and she's also battled through quite a few injuries and difficulties getting here. I know she had some issues with her shoulder coming into the Cyprus comp, and is
20 meters.
still working on some of the recovery from that.
One minute 30.
Grabbing up nice and high in the line. She's okay. And now we should listen for the Fatima groan, which is something that she does when she has a really nice dive. It's a white card, new national record for Hungary.
1 minute.
Amazing dive. And this morning, or yesterday, she actually asked me for a pair of headphones because she lost hers. And so I let her borrow my headphones. And as a result, she was able to listen to her music, which basically means that I'm the reason that she was able to do her 88-meter dive. No, I'm kidding. Now, Fatima is an amazing athlete, and she's definitely somebody to be watching. And again, as I always say, make sure you're following all the athletes on their social medias. It helps support them, helps keep them in the eyes of sponsors.
10 seconds.
So go follow all of the athletes on Instagram.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop time.
Up next we have Christopher Friedrich. My tongue is getting a little tired from talking, I think. Of Austria, doing a 90-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes and 20 seconds, which will also be a national record for Austria. His PB in free immersion is 85 meters, so this is a 5-meter addition onto his overall depths. He also has a constant weight PB of 78 meters, or 87 meters, excuse me, and a static of 5 minutes and 58 seconds. During the Cyprus comp, Christopher challenged me to include 10 random words in his dive commentary as a way to sort of spice things up for me, make it interesting.
50 meters.
And I've been looking all day today to see if he would send me another challenge, and he did not. And so I'm a little sad that he did not feel like challenging me once again.
1 minute, 10 seconds.
But that's okay.
70 meters. 1 minute, 20 seconds.
We also have had a fantastic time bonding over our shared love and nostalgia of heavy metal concerts. Him obviously going to a few Rammstein shows, me going to,
At the bottom.
oh, I don't know,
Coming up.
more than enough to count. Got a turn. Yeah, he's a super fun guy to hang out with if you ever get a chance.
80 meters.
Very nice person, tons of fun.
2 minutes. 70 meters.
Hello.
Hey man.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Good. Would you like to introduce yourself to everyone at home?
Well, hello everyone. I'm Jasper Sessman, and I just finished my dive, and I'm super happy.
Yeah.
And I see Christopher doing his dive now.
Christopher doing his dive now. Looking nice and relaxed.
He made it to the bottom. Yeah.
Made it to the bottom. He has I think he has a band around his upper thighs. So he has the weight belt up on top and then a band around his legs that I think are there to help keep him in a streamlined position so his legs don't flop around.
Yeah, probably.
Which is something that I've never seen before.
No, me neither. But freediving evolves all the time, yeah? So.
Always evolving. I was just talking about that with Petar, and yeah. Or no, with Alexi, and yeah, there's always some new thing sort of coming up.
Yeah, and some things last and some things don't.
So yes, that's absolutely right. Christopher's looking really good here.
Yeah, let's hope he makes it.
Keep breathing, keep breathing. Oh, so, yep. His airways did drop below the water.
Yeah.
Whoop.
Almost.
Yeah, so close. Oh. He's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
that's what happens.
That is sometimes what happens.
That's part of the whole drama, no? Of the championships.
But already fully recovered, looking fine. Yeah. So that'll be a red card because of the blackout on the surface. Airways dipped slightly below the water. And as soon as that happens, it's a red card. So the safeties then jumped in to support his airways, keep them out of the water, which is the right thing to do. Yeah, I mean the dive itself
he'll
looks
be fresh and smiling in a few minutes.
I mean he's immediately always bouncing back. So yeah, tell me about your dive.
Well, my dive was. I mean, they're always. You know, it's a dive. It's interesting. Will I make it? But it was nice. You know, it was comfortably uncomfortable.
Okay, sure.
My equalization is stopping right around the bottom where I went to 90 meters, but I made it and felt really good on the way up. Nice to hear the safety divers on the C-bob.
Right, yeah, because you can hear that thing coming down.
Exactly. So yeah, and I just had good thoughts all the way up and focused on the protocol and staying above and all these things. So on the way up, you can be a little bit in doubt whether you're actually okay or you're not.
Right.
But
well, the narcosis, especially at around 91, if not deeper, can.
Yeah, I get them at different depths.
Yeah, absolutely.
Today I didn't feel it too much.
Okay. Oh, nice. Next we have Martin Rumen of Slovakia doing a 81-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2:50, and it is a national record attempt. I spoke with Martin yesterday, and we were talking about static, and sorry, there's a lot of talking going on in the background over here. We were talking about doing statics and our love of basically laying perfectly still and sort of challenge that comes with doing static attempts, and it's a very different experience from doing a deep dive.
Yeah, very. I mean, I'm from Denmark. I started out with the pool. We did a lot of static, and it's so much a mental game in static because you can just lift your head up and you're out the water, but if there's the depth discipline. A little bit about it, it would be free immersion.
Yeah.
It's the most relaxed,
Yeah. Oop, early turn. Yeah, there have been a few early turns today from equalization issues or not feeling relaxed enough. And as I always say, it's always better to do the early turn, you know, get some of the points for the dive, than try and push or try and ride the flexibility of your drums.
For sure. I always say it's not an early turn, because you turn when you have to.
Yeah,
so,
of course.
So it's a right turn probably.
That's a good way of putting it. I like that. Yep, meeting the safeties now.
Probably quite fresh.
Yeah, I imagine so. Martin was saying that he said that he thought he might have pushed a little too fast during the training season for this year. I think he said he went from about 50 to over 100, or no, 60 to over 100, and then sort of dialed it back a little bit for the comps. And he said his equalization was part of the things that he was working on. So, I mean, it's the end of the competitive season, so a lot of divers are getting pretty.
Divers tired, or divers maybe train too much or too hard.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it's hard to find the right level, huh?
Absolutely. And it also comes down to the fact that a lot of athletes are not training full time. Most of the athletes are working jobs, part-time, full-time, have families, other things, so they don't have the full-time. They don't have the luxury of doing lots of training.
Exactly.
That you would find in a very highly paid sport such as football or something. Where all the athletes are doing are eating, sleeping, training, that sport. But maybe one day with enough sponsorship and support from the community, we can get to a place where we have more athletes competing and training at higher levels.
For sure.
Because it'll be amazing to see what we can achieve.
Exactly. Being here, being alive, stream to a lot of people hopefully, and the good energy around here, and it's always interesting to see people pushing the limit.
Absolutely.
The whole mindset of freediving with a different way of competing in a way, where it's not about pushing, it's more about accepting and that mental challenge you have. That's I mean, that's super interesting for me.
It's super interesting. I really love that aspect of the sport.
I mean, I've been doing it for 20 years now. 20 years in the World Championships, and it's still the same. When I come to that line and they say 2 minutes, all the people say from the outside, oh, it looks very nice and relaxed, but if they could see what happens on the inside, there would be a different story sometimes.
Absolutely.
It's the same for all athletes, for sure.
Yes, each person has a sort of unique experience with their dives and with the dive line. Okay, it looks like Shaika Erkumen is not going to be starting. She has a DNS. As I said earlier, divers don't have to dive if they don't want to. They can announce the night before, or they announce the night before, and then if they decide they don't want to dive, they don't have to. And I know Jennifer Venland, who is here now, was considering not diving today because she wasn't feeling very well, but she has sort of now, I think, come back around. But earlier today she was like, I'm not coming today, I don't feel good.
I mean, you're putting yourself out there, and if you are diving into the sea, you need to feel good. You need to know what you're doing, and not diving can be a really good decision.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, and we're only on day 2 of 4, so we have a lot more to go. Bifins coming up not tomorrow, but the day after, and then constant weight no fins after that. So I'm sure athletes want to be keeping themselves fresh and relax. So
there can be different priorities. You want to save your energy for a special dive, or
exactly,
like that.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so it looks like the next diver then will be. Let me check all of my papers here. Will be Jakov Peljusic of Croatia. Yes, there he is. Doing an 80-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes. Jakov's goal during this comp is to not black out. That's all he put down for the question that I asked him, which I mean is a strong goal to have.
I mean, that's a good strategy.
Yeah, don't black out.
Don't black out.
Yeah, everything else will come.
I mean, when you're pushing for you want to do your best, but so it's always it's a risk, or it can happen. And
of course,
it's no big deal, but you don't get as many points when it happens.
Yes. Let's see. Yeah, he loves doing free immersion because you're always touching the rope, which I resonate with, because I like having that rope there as a sort of reference point. I don't know about how it is for you, but for me, when I dive, if I'm sort of diving into nothing, I can sort of get a little disoriented if I don't have something to basically look at. And so that line is a very...
It's nice to have a connection to the surface.
Yes,
back on the surface.
Exactly.
And free immersion gives you that all the time.
Exactly, that's right.
I've gotten a little bit used to all of them now. After a lot of years, but yeah, free immersion is just it's so relaxed. You feel kind of safe because
Yeah, you can keep pulling all the way up.
Yeah,
and yeah, again, like you said, you're always connected to that line.
Yeah. There's a little bit of current now on the top meters, so it's also nice to stay close to the line.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it definitely helps, especially in this discipline, because we were seeing earlier that people were trying to free fall at around 30 to 50, and the current was just blowing them completely off the line. We had some people who were blown so far off the line that their lanyards were being completely taut, obviously creating drag.
Yeah.
And slowing the overall dive down.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes you just have to go a little deeper before you start your free fall, and make sure maybe you are a little bit more observant than you normally would be to stay close to the line.
Right.
So you have to wake up a little bit more.
Yes, yeah. I mean, and that can be, you know, if you're so used to doing a dive where you're completely relaxed and just in pure bliss free fall, like having to keep track of even just the line is sometimes...
It can be annoying.
It can be annoying, yeah. But you know, such is the life of a freediver. Okay, packing on the surface. So he started freediving at 24. He's 34 now, but then freedived for about 3 years and then stopped because of work. And then last summer he did some freediving, some spearfishing, and then sort of got back into it again.
That's a nice long slow pulse.
Yeah, very nice. Okay, entering free fall. Holding the arm around the line to not lose it. I personally like to dive with the line in front of me versus being at the side. But I also, you know, I wear a mask when I do these dives, and I'm opening my eyes every now and then and looking and stuff, so if your eyes are closed and you're just falling, there's nothing really to look at.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, turn at the bottom.
Attack, back up. Good strong pulse in the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah, there's sort of a difference of, you know, either doing really strong pulls at the bottom to sort of build your momentum, or lots of little small pulls. I think I prefer the little small ones, and I sort of think of it like a car, a manual car starting out in first gear.
Yeah,
like you're doing lots of little pulls, and then you sort of get to bigger ones, and then you finally get to the big ones in the fifth gear.
Yeah. Also to protect your lungs a bit, you know.
Yeah, protect lungs as well. Of course.
It looks very strong.
Yeah. Again, joined by the amazing safety team here, watching over all the divers.
It's so nice when you just open your eyes a bit and you see them all over you.
And you see them all around. Yeah. Let's see, he announced 3 minutes for this dive, so coming up right on schedule. Breathe. Okay, he's okay.
Good.
Yeah, looking good.
Amazing. Another white card. Probably, no?
Probably. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't give him a white card. Okay, tag is there. Okay, there we go, and the white card. Fantastic. Very nice dive. Lovely.
All right.
Cool.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining me.
Go down and get changed.
Cool, sounds good. Get out of that wetsuit. Cool, see you later. Up next we have Budimir Buda Sorbat of Croatia doing an 80-meter dive with announced dive time of 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
30 seconds!
Hello. You gonna come watch Buda's dive with me?
Yeah.
Cool.
Petar?
Yes.
I was already here.
Yeah, Petar was already here.
Ah, okay.
But for those of you who don't know, I'm joined by Vitamir as well.
Petar is the new silver medalist.
Yeah, I know. Very exciting. Are you...
Petar Zigomania, come watch
Are you
my
watching
own dive?
your own dive on the stream? That's funny. You know, it's so funny because up until doing these competitions, like, you know, my Instagram feed has always been just like, you know, cute dogs and people diving other places. But now it's almost exclusively my own voice of people sharing like clips of their dives. And I don't actually like my own voice. I think it sounds weird.
No, it's a good voice, don't worry.
I think everyone thinks his voice sounds weird.
I have heard that, but it always shocks me a little bit that I hear my own voice on my own Instagram feed. It's very weird to me.
Well, you get used to it.
I guess I must have to, yeah.
20 meters!
Hey, Jakob just did a really good dive. It's his PB.
Yeah.
I think.
No, it looks beautiful.
It's his PB. So very nice and strong. Super happy for him. And now if Buda can match that, that would be really like a super good day for our team.
Yeah, very strong showing for the Croatian team. For those of you who don't know, Buda holds the Guinness World Record for static breath hold with pure oxygen.
Oh, where are you going, Buda?
Whoop.
Come back. Okay, he's coming.
Here we go. Coming back. Okay. We're back on track.
Yeah, got a bit lost.
Yeah, ooh, there's...
Okay, find your way. I mean,
There we
if
go.
he's not stressed, his static breath hold will be amazing.
Insane, yeah. No, he's got an incredible...
Free fall really needs some work.
60 meters!
I mean, maybe it's
But
just...
if his equalization is good, I mean, he has the power and apnea to like push through this.
Yes. Do you know what his static is without pure oxygen?
902 or 904, something like that.
Yeah, so...
I hope he's not
at the bottom.
like forcing his ears now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Nice long pulls.
70 meters.
That was an interesting trip.
It'd be interesting to count how many turns around the line he did.
It doesn't matter.
I was
Doesn't
diving
matter.
like this in Nice 2019, so
Yeah?
I cannot laugh, yeah.
50
I was
meters.
terrible.
Well, a white card is a white card.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
And it looks a little bit like that current is back a tad.
It could be. It looks like it's like
Yeah.
taking him a bit away from the line.
But Buda is a big guy, so...
Yeah.
Come on.
30 meters.
Nemoj mu vikat ništa.
Blackout, deep blackout.
Oh.
Ooh.
It's a deep blackout now.
But he's showing now he's
He's
not blacked out.
showing.
Come on, what's going on? How many times they need to do the
20
same mistake?
meters.
Okay, well, we see the one safety diver is supporting his airways. The other is holding his leg, although he's pulled quite far.
What's with the line? Why is the line?
Ooh. Unknown.
Where is the... he was attached to the line still. They didn't disconnect him from the line.
Okay. Okay, so they're going to move him to the medical boat, where they will give him medical attention.
If the medical attention is as good as the safety, I'm a bit scared for him. I mean, seriously, like yesterday, this was a big talk about this yesterday, now today again.
Yeah. So on the medical boat, they'll give him oxygen.
He's good.
He's good?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Oh, that sucks.
It's part of the sport.
Yeah,
but he didn't black out. That's, I mean, same as Andre, same as guys yesterday. I mean,
they grabbed him before?
Yeah, I mean, they're pulling him and he's showing like this. I'm not in
yeah, he was waving his finger.
Okay. Well done, boys. Well done. But in this case, he was blacked out. Like
I mean,
totally on the surface.
Yeah, but
okay.
Leave the people to black out on their own. Maybe he will pull it off. I mean, when guys are charging you to the surface, yeah, you're under stress. Maybe you're black out from that.
Yeah. Next up we have Ah Kim of South Korea, one of the other divers who was at the Cyprus event with us.
Yeah. Okay. National record.
Yep, this is a national record attempt. 72 meters with an announced dive time. 78 meters with an announced dive time of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. I've really enjoyed watching Ah do her dives. She's a really fantastic diver, and is definitely not getting enough attention. If you ask my opinion.
Well, she's looking really, really nice.
Yeah.
And the speed is very nice. You can see that by the carabiner.
Mm-hmm.
And good position, nice pulls. I mean, yeah, everything looks really nice.
Yeah.
70 meters.
Well, she's got our attention now.
Yeah, right.
At the bottom.
Okay, grab a tag.
I think every freediver needs to get like something for the belt or for the leg, for the tag.
Oh, for the tag.
Not to put it like this, yeah.
It's a little, it sort of throws off the overall movement.
Yeah.
Whereas
and
if
in
you
the deep dive, it can like means a lot, really
absolutely.
A lot. And if you're like on the edge, and every second counts, it's really important.
Absolutely.
And sometimes the hood gets a little stuck. It's like vacuum.
50 meters.
Yeah, I was saying earlier with having the Velcro on your leg, you can do the movement of grabbing the tag, rubbing it up your leg, going right up into the arm pull or right into the streamline position.
Yeah, we do it like that. We have on our belt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely
really, really nice.
Yeah.
I'm going to check out on Buda.
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah.
Sometimes when I look at the dives, it seems like forever, and I'm thinking, wow, that's a long time to be pulling yourself without air.
Right. Yeah, it's funny how you can still sort of have that, even though, like, you know, you're doing massive dives.
I wonder how she's gonna look like when she comes up. Her technique has changed quite a bit. Maybe she's just like enjoying it, relaxing. Looks very solid.
Yeah, very fresh.
Other side.
There we go.
Very good. Super cool.
Yeah. I mean, she's done this, she did this yesterday, and she also did it, whoop. Oh, that might be, oh, no, we're good. She did this yesterday during the comp, and she's done this also during the Cyprus event as well.
There were a few guys in Cyprus like super happy with their cards, and they're a big motivation actually, and that's what's gonna make the sport grow. I don't like, you know, the people that already have a name and then they come up and then they're depressed and this and that.
Enjoy the dive.
We all need to accept that. I mean, early turns and red cards and everything, it's part of the sport.
Absolutely.
It's just, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's just part of the sport. You know,
yeah.
We should be happy just to be here and have a chance to compete in good conditions.
Of course. I mean, and the conditions, again, are beautiful. The people around are so much fun to hang out with.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't even have to swim up. The safety team takes you up.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a really cool community that we are a part of. Which I think I've said a few times that I'm just very happy to be involved in this community.
This is one of the masters?
Yes, this is Jacopin. Yapet.
Jacopin.
My pronunciation is pretty bad. Hi, Fatima.
White.
Hello.
White card?
Hi everyone.
Yeah, white card national record.
Bing.
Well done. Yeah.
That's first place? Second?
Okay, here we go. 78-meter dive, announced dive time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is, I have on my sheet that it's a world record master, but we do have
another one already done.
Yes, so Jasper just did the world record set it for 90.
What did the other guy, the Pete, what did he do?
Pete also did 90, but then he dipped his airways below the water looking for his tag.
Oh, really?
Before they gave the card, yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
You would think a master would have experience not to do that.
I mean, in the moment though, you're not thinking. You're nice and fresh on the surface, and you're just like, oh yeah, is it down here?
Yeah.
And then
this guy's 70 years old. Can you imagine that? Like, and he's on the World Championship competing with the young guys and doing some really respectable depths.
Yeah.
It's a really cool thing to think about in this sport. I mean, it's a really long-term sport. You can invest
It's
your
a great
time in it.
example, I guess, for everyone.
Well, he started spearfishing when he was 7 years old, so he's been doing this in the water for a long, long time.
He's actually designing sailboats as well, so he's
really
connected to the water.
Oh, amazing.
Touchdown!
Yeah, coming up.
Let's go.
Good job, Slovenia. I'm going to leave you guys.
Cool.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for joining me.
Ciao.
You can scoot over a little bit if you want. Yeah, nice looking technique. He started doing apnea training in 2016, and the competitions now motivate him to continue training, which I think is good. Sometimes, you know, it can be easy to sort of fall into a sort of training rut if you don't have something to train for.
Well, you gotta find your own motivation always. He's looking still very powerful.
Yeah.
Safeties.
He says one of his favorite disciplines is free immersion because he can be lazy. Which is...
Yeah, you do see some current here.
Yeah, there is some pretty strong current up at the surface. Wow. Oh yeah, there's a lot of current up at the surface.
Okay.
He's got the tag.
Smiling.
Got the smile. You can see his dive watch tucked into his hood. And a white card. Amazing.
Well done.
Yeah, beautiful dive.
He's strong.
Very strong. And speaking of, how was your dive? You had a lovely dive.
Yeah, my dive was beautiful. I was a bit nervous because it was my first free immersion dive here, and the rope is a bit different. The rope I'm used to. My free immersion dives is not so thick.
Okay.
It's like 2 millimeters difference, but that is a difference.
Well, when you're used to a certain
type
of rope, yeah.
Yeah, but then you just like kind of surrender, like when there's the countdown, and then I started my dive and I was like, oh, I love it. So it was a very, very easy and nice dive. So
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. During your dive, I didn't have much to say because I was just watching it, and it looked beautiful.
Yeah, my freefall is not perfect though, but it's never really perfect.
No, it'll never be perfect.
Yeah,
but
it was very nice. I loved it. I love the dive. I
amazing.
love free immersion. So yeah.
Yeah.
And can I say like 2 more words?
Yeah, of course,
and I'm going
please.
in Hungarian. Köszönöm szépen mindenki, aki nézett, és nagyon örülök, hogy itt lehettem, és köszönöm a szponzoroknak, a családomnak, szüleimnek, és nem sokára találkozunk. Sziasztok! Thank you very much, and go Jens!
Yes, Jens Stutzner, doing a free immersion dive for 77 meters with an announced dive time of 3 minutes. Cool, see you later.
See you later.
Jens is a 14-time national record holder for Germany. 74 meters CNF in the sea, 56 meters in a lake, constant weight 76 meters in the lake, and constant weight bifin 70 meters in a lake.
40 meters.
I believe all the lake ones were set at the German Depth Lake Championship. We have an early turn. Training has been a bit tough for Jens because he had a small issue with his eardrum during the first day in cache snorkeling, which he had a reverse block at around 10 meters. So, letting us know he's okay. And again, doing the smart thing of not pushing. As I've said before, eardrum issues and eardrum ruptures are definitely not something you want to experience because the scar tissue that forms as a result of a previous rupture is less flexible than your tissue that you have that's healthy. And so in the future, pressure-related issues and eardrum things can actually have a bigger impact on your, or you can have issues sooner and shallower if you are not equalizing correctly. Started freediving at 44, and he's 54 now. But again, making the right call to turn early. Well, no, as Jasper was saying, made the decision to turn, as it's always the right time for you to turn if you decide it is, no matter what the line is set at. So that will be a yellow card. You will get some points. Okay. Up now we have Renee Blunden of the USA doing a 77-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes, and this will be a national record, which will be tied with Enchanted Gallardo, who set the national record at 77 meters earlier today. We spent a lot of time hanging out in Cyprus, and Renee is a lovely person to hang out with. We were sharing stories about our farm animals, because she has chickens, and I have ducks in South Africa. And she calls her farm the Happy Chicken Farm, because all of her chickens are very spoiled. And yeah, I mean, relatable content. My ducks are also incredibly spoiled. She also has a podcast called The Power of Breath and Epic Wellness. And that takes up a lot of her free time. So make sure you go check out her podcast. I assume where all podcasts can be listened to and streamed. If you're enjoying all of these dives and you're thinking to yourself, I'd love to give freediving a try as well, what all the divers here suggest you do is go take a freediving course. Go find an instructor that you really like, go meet people. One of the things you can do is you can connect with any of the athletes here on Instagram and either ask for recommendations or see if they're teaching courses.
40 meters.
And I'm sure they'd be very happy to point you in the right direction or teach you them themselves.
50 meters. 1 minute 10 seconds.
Renee wants to thank her whole family, including her 7 siblings. So she has a star on her wetsuit for each one. I believe she has them on her arms, although with the glare I'm having a hard time seeing. So, shout out to you guys.
70 meters.
Thanks for supporting Renee, and thanks for everyone else who are supporting all the other athletes. Okay, here she comes.
Meters.
See some nice strong pulls here, keeping the feet together.
Meters.
A lot of her training for this competition, for the Cyprus competition, has been dry static, apnea, empty lung stretching, reverse packing, diaphragm stretching, and meditation.
30 meters.
She also listens to guided dive visualizations and affirmations to prepare herself and her mind for her dives.
20 meters.
Still looking nice and good. You can see there's a little bit of a current back now. The divers are all sort of kicking towards the right side of the screen or moving towards the right side of the screen. And we see our photographer Okay, keep breathing, keep breathing, keep breathing. She's okay. Keep breathing. Whew. Okay. Airways are good. Do not let them dip, Renee. Okay, tag is there. The sun is blinding her, and a white card. Amazing. Very nice dive. So she now shares the national record with Enchanted Gallardo, 77 meters in free immersion. Beautiful dive. Yeah, 3:15 was the total dive time, or 3:16, so 16 seconds above what she announced. Again, the announce time doesn't really matter, just more an estimate for the safeties to sort of know when they should be getting ready to dive to meet their athlete at safety depths. The goal for the safeties is for the scooter safety to meet the diver at 40 meters, the first safety to meet the diver at 30 meters, and the second safety diver to meet them at between 20 and 25 meters. Up next we have Tatiana Ziemski of the Russian Federation, Underwater Federation, doing a 74-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3 minutes and 20 seconds. She started freediving in 2008 and started competing in 2012. And she's competed in several world championships from 2013, both in individual and team comps, deep and shallow pool comps. So she has a fair amount of experience. Okay, entering free fall now.
50 meters.
Ooh, a little bit of movement up here on the surface.
Martin, have you seen Yevgeny Zaitsev there? Is he there? He should be here, not you.
Ooh-wee, a lot of movement up here on the surface.
Yeah, this is a competition zone, not
60 meters.
You know, that can be a little, if there's a lot of movement on the surface with the line moving up and down, it can be a little, because I mean, the diver is able to hear the, ooh boy, the diver is able to hear the lanyard and the clip moving and that sort of stuff. So we'll see sort of what happens. Things have calmed down a little bit here now. I have no idea what caused that, but things are good. One of the fun things you can do with free immersion is if it's really wavy on the surface, you can hold onto the line as the line pulls you up, and then you can let go as the line goes down again, and you can then sort of ride the line like an elevator. I have a lot of experience doing that when we were in Sidwana Bay doing 40-meter dives where the swell was 3 meters tall. Yeah, that was a fun day.
Oh, okay.
20 meters.
Martin.
She's looking good though. Okay, it's still pulling. okay. So her airway's dipped, so they're supporting her. Giving a few rescue breaths. And she's back. You can see her breathing now. You can see the safety is keeping her airways out of the water, supporting her. So that'll be a red card for a blackout on the surface. And they'll take her over to the medical boat where she will get oxygen, get checked out by the doctor. If a diver has a blackout at a deeper depth, you know, pretty much anything between, I think deep is considered 10 meters or more, the diver is not allowed to dive the next day. And if the diver blacks out on the surface like that, sorry, excuse me, then it's under review, but generally the diver can dive the next day. Okay. Up next, we should have Evgeny Sanchez of the Russian Underwater Federation. But it looks like we have a did not start. So, in that case, we will go to the questions. Let's see. There's a comment. Can't hear well the guest because of the mic placement. I am sorry. I don't know who was up at that time, but in the future I will make sure that we all speak towards the microphone. Let's see. Is it allowed to do kicks in free immersion? You can. It's usually not really recommended just because it uses a lot of energy. Doing a few kicks here and there is okay, especially as you get to the end of your dive and your arms are tired and you're doing lots of pulling. Switching over to your legs to give your arms a little bit of a break, just to keep the momentum up, is an okay thing to do. But I wouldn't recommend kicking the whole way for free immersion. Really, maybe only towards the end would be when I would do it. Let's see. Hi, can you give information about the camera underwater? How do you shoot? That is a good question. That is something I don't really have much experience with. One of the people to look up and follow is Dan Verhoeven. He is a lovely person just overall, but also a very famous and excellent photographer. You can check him out on his Instagram account. I don't know if he has any like tutorials or anything. You'd have to message him and ask him. I know he's spoken about photography a few times on the Freedive Cafe podcast. So that would be something to check out as well. And then also too, I'm sure there are some courses online that you can take to work on not only how you shoot photography, but also getting a good camera rig set up, how to do your edits. I'm sure there's lots of advice and feedback that you can find on the YouTubes, as we are all on now. Let's see, any other questions? What else do we got? Make sure you're following me on Brandon Freediver on Instagram if you want to ask me any questions. There we go. That's my name on the screen. Let's see. Okay, no other questions at the moment. Let's see, we are getting closer to the end of the day. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14 more divers. Maybe it doesn't feel like we're getting towards the end, but we're getting towards the end. Tomorrow is going to be a rest day. So all the divers will be resting, they'll be relaxing, getting ready for the following 2 days of the competition, which will be constant weight bifins and then constant weight no fins. Constant weight bifins obviously being the dives using the bifins, and constant weight no fins just as easily using no fins to dive down. Cool. Let me sort my papers here, and then we can move on to Xavier Lococo of France, doing a 70-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2:45. Okay, here we go. Yeah, at the surface, free immersion, pulling yourself down line feels very weird because you are positively buoyant on the surface, and basically, if you let go, you immediately just pop back up to the surface again. So you really have to pull quite hard. You have no momentum. As soon as you let go, you just get yanked back up. But then as you get deeper and deeper, passing 25 to 30 meters, you become neutrally buoyant and then negatively buoyant. And as we see Xavier now, he's in his free fall. I think smiling at the camera.
50 meters.
Now you can see his cheeks are not puffed out. So that probably means he's doing reverse packing. Reverse packing is another equalization technique where rather than moving air up into your cheeks before you hit residual volume, you instead basically pull air out of your lungs little tiny bits at a time and then use that to equalize right away. Residual volume feels like, if you were to fully exhale all the air out of your lungs and then hold your breath, that's what residual volume feels like. It's all of the air being blown out of your lungs, but obviously there is still a little bit of air left in them.
50 meters.
Okay, looking good.
40 meters.
This is another master's dive.
Meters.
Okay.
Meters.
Still looking good. As I said before, there's definitely, in free immersion, you can get into a rhythm with the individual arm pulls. Okay. Grabbing on. Recovery breathing. Oof. It makes me so nervous when divers hold so close to the water. Like, grab high. Keep your airways out. Okay. You got the okay sign. the turn to face. Okay. And a white card. Very nice. Fantastic dive, Javiera. And the ride back to the boat by the safety team. Up next, Jennifer Venland of Germany. 72-meter dive, announced dive time of 2 minutes and 40 seconds. This will be a national record attempt. Jenny holds all the German national records and keeps beating her own records. She has over 25 total at this point, and did a world record dive for constant weight bifins in Cyprus in July.
10 seconds! Started!
Okay, here we go. At 25, she played underwater rugby and did this for a few years. I have heard of underwater hockey before. It's a very intense sport, and I can only assume underwater rugby is even more intense.
30 meters!
She gets quite bad seasickness, so when I asked her where she would love to go train, she basically said, I don't really care as long as the waves aren't bad.
50 meters! 1 minute! 60 meters! 1 minute, 10 seconds!
Her first depth comp was in 2015 at the World Championship in Limassol, Cyprus.
At the bottom! Coming up!
Turn.
1 minute, 30 seconds!
And here she comes. Making it look easy.
1 minute, 60 meters! 50 meters! 1 minute, 50 seconds! 2 minutes! 40 meters!
And again, notice the technique of the full extension of the arm up above and the full extension of the arm at the bottom with the movement of the wrist at the end. Really using the full range of motion to generate the movement for the dive.
2 minutes, 30 seconds!
Okay. Yep. Grabbing up nice and high in the line. Strong recovery breaths. Looking totally fresh. Giving the okay.
1 minute and 30 seconds!
Not too bad for someone who didn't want to compete today. Oh, and just like that, an easy national record for Jenny. Amazing dive, making it look easy. Okay. Up next we have Denis Poliviani of the Ukraine doing a 65-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2 minutes and 40 seconds. This will again be yet another national record attempt.
Line is set, diver can come.
You heard the judges say top time after counting down. A diver has up to 30 seconds to basically take a final breath in and submerge their airways. And then once their airways are submerged, that's when the dive time begins.
Meters.
Denis has always dived and been around the water. Started swimming at the age of 7, but only started actually free diving around 3 years ago.
40 meters.
Member of Team Triton.
Line is set to 66 meters. Official gauge is on.
50 meters.
Looking really nice and relaxed.
Thank you.
What a cool shot. I mean, the blue all around.
60 meters.
Just relaxed, perfectly still. And already at the bottom.
Coming up.
30 seconds. And two last 3 minutes.
Something to notice is that Denis has his weight belt over his hips and low on his waist. There's sort of a tendency to want to wear a weight belt like a pants belt above your hips, but you want the weight to be distributed on your as low as you can on your hips, because that's where your center of gravity is. And so if you have your weight belt sitting up higher over your hips, over your hip bones, that throws off your center of gravity and can then lead to some potentially bad form with the weights just sort of pulling you out of alignment. Okay, whoop. Up on the surface. Nice high grab. That's what I like to see. He's okay. Swinging around. And a white card. So that is a new national record for the Ukraine of 65 meters in free immersion by Denis Poliviani. Poliviani. There we go. In the background you can see the warm-up buoys.
1 minute 30.
Those are where all the athletes go when they get here early to warm up. They do a few dives. Some of them will do FRC or RV dives just to sort of warm up. Maybe they'll do a hang or two, and then they come back on the boat and wait for their turn. Up next we have Feiruz Medwani of Greece doing a 66-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2:45. This will be a national record attempt for Greece. Her PB in free immersion is 62, so this will also be a personal best for her. She started freediving at the age of 45. She was in a bit of a difficult position in her life and was fighting a lot of depression. And her husband suggested that she attend a freediving school since he knew how much she loved diving. And she had no idea that freediving schools even existed, and fell head over heels, excuse me, in love with the sport, and it's really changed her life. And that really is relatable. I mean, you know, as we've said numerous times today, freediving is very much a mental sport, and it requires you to be very reflective, to look inward, to know yourself, and know when to push and know when to turn. And as part of that work, I think it's so important to be reflective. For me personally, going to therapy has been incredibly beneficial for my freediving. And yeah, it's definitely an important part of the sport. Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
How's it going? Great.
Good. Awesome.
Yeah, it's a really nice dive.
Yeah, it looked fantastic. I have Renee joining me of the US. You just did 77.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tied national record with
Enchanted.
Yeah, with Enchanted, yeah.
Yeah,
fantastic.
It was great. Yeah, we announced together, so
amazing.
I thought it would be kind of cool if we did it together, if possible.
Yeah, and you guys did.
Yeah, yeah, it all worked out. All went according to plan.
Exactly.
So.
Amazing, that's lovely. We're watching Feiruz now, touching down.
Great.
She's been diving for about 3 years now.
60 meters.
Looks very strong.
Yeah.
50 meters.
I've been, you know, as the day has gone on, I've sort of stopped talking as much and just been more watching the dives and enjoying them.
Yeah, it's quite mesmerizing to watch the dives.
It really is. And I mean, with free immersion too, it's such a rhythmic and repetitive kind of movement that you can sort of just get lost in. And I find myself sitting here almost feeling the feelings of the arm pulls and the slight movement of the head back and forth from shoulder to shoulder. And then I realize I haven't said anything for like 45 seconds.
Oh, she's doing great.
Yeah, no, it looks really good.
Keeping a nice hydrodynamic form there.
Mm-hmm. And it looks now like the current has moved up quite a bit to the top part of the water, maybe in like the last 15 meters.
Yeah, you can see she's at more of an angle now.
Yep. I mean, and the line as well.
Yeah. Great.
Good. Yeah, looking nice and fresh.
Yeah, easy for her.
Yeah, getting the tag.
Nice big smile too.
Yeah, the smile is always my favorite part.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be a white card.
Great.
New national record for Greece. And just a fantastic dive. Okay, tell me a little bit more about your dive. How were you feeling going down? How did you feel coming up? You seemed maybe a little hypoxic on the surface.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I rushed my last breath. I don't know. I heard that it's not as good idea to do in freediving because you definitely want to make sure you fill your gas tank all the way up.
Yes.
Not 80 or 90% of the way. You want it completely over full. So I think I heard them counting up after the thing, and I just I just kind of rushed it, and I think I went down without like a proper full breath.
Okay, yeah.
And hence like the issues with being a little bit hypoxic on the surface. I don't think that would have happened if I had properly
taken the full breath
inhaled.
in.
Yeah, I was just kind of like, I was excited to dive and like rushed a little bit, and yeah, so that happened. And then also even when I was heading down, like when I was close to the plate, like the equalization was getting a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because when you don't take a big breath, then it messes up the equalization when you're down there. So anyway, yeah.
No, absolutely.
So one is try not to get too excited to dive where you rush. But yeah, it was a pretty good dive. I was worried that I might get a little bit narcosis because it happened on my dive yesterday. But thankfully that didn't happen.
Okay,
that wasn't an issue at all. So I guess there's some advantages to not taking that big breath.
Sure.
Because I think if you do take a really big breath and add packing, I'm no expert on this, but I think that can increase narcosis kind of effects.
It's more overall gas being moved into your bloodstream.
Yeah.
And the more, with the air we breathe being 78% nitrogen, the more of it you're putting into your body, the greater the pressure is, it will be moving into your blood. So.
Yeah, and especially on free immersion dives where the dive time is longer and you're at these deeper depths for a longer period of time. So I think it's more common to have narcosis kind of stuff going on.
Sure.
So cool.
Yeah, we have Jamila Solveniskova of the Czech Republic doing a 61-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And a little off the line there, a bit, although it kind of looks like.
Yeah, she prefers the overhead position for the arm.
But I'm more looking at her her lanyard clip, because it kind of looks like her lanyard is dragging.
Oh yeah.
For some reason, because normally at this speed it would be.
Oh yes, I see.
It might be. I think it might be wrapped around a little bit, and that could be.
Oh, creating some friction on the
creating
line.
a little bit of friction, yeah. Because normally you would see this and it would be sort of falling at the same speed as the diver.
Wrapped.
But I could be totally wrong. I don't know. I'm just a guy watching a screen. What do I know?
Wow, she looks super relaxed.
She started diving in 2004. And apparently one of her first dives was diving in a lake and sitting in an underwater car at 17 meters, which is a cool way to sort of start your freediving adventure.
30 meters.
She's looking really nice and relaxed here.
20 meters.
Yeah, nice, good speed.
And the full extension of the arms too is really nice. She was at Vertical Blue in July of this year, and she did more than 80 meters, which is definitely an awesome achievement. Got the tag.
Yeah, very easy dive for her.
Yeah. And the white card. Very nice.
Great.
Did the weather report for yesterday play into what you announced at all today?
No, I did check the wind forecast. It was more or less the same as yesterday as it was today.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I heard there was some concern of a windstorm coming through.
Okay.
That was supposed to sort of chop things up a little bit, and I didn't know if some of the divers had announced more conservative dives to plan ahead for that or not. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, doesn't affect me.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said too of just being able to show up and do your dive and get it over with.
Yeah, and do it no matter what the conditions. I think, it's more like mind over matter kind of thing.
Yeah.
So there's small little changes like I made, being that I noticed this morning people were saying there's a strong current. So because of that, I set my free fall alarm, which I normally have at 30 meters. And so I probably start my free fall maybe around 33 by the time I hear it and start to free fall.
Okay.
So I set that to like 33. I probably could have even set it to 35 just to offset the strong current. I'm like, okay, let me do a couple of extra pulls to make sure I like really get a nice free fall down.
Sure, yeah.
So you can make small adjustments like this based on the conditions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that really is so important too, because I mean, if you go in with this plan of like, yeah, I'm gonna, my free fall, I always do it at, I started at 35 meters, and I always do my mouth fill at this depth. When you're not as flexible, you sort of run into some issues when life gives you lemons,
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's definitely great to like collect as much information as you can as the athlete performing in natural conditions. So you collect as much information as you can, and then you can make a little bit of adjustments. So like today, like my HRV score, for example, was a little bit on the sympathetic side, and I know if it's like too sympathetic, then I get more cold in the water. So I'm like, all right, so I was just taking into account, okay, well, how can I do my warm-ups in a way where it's like really, really condensed?
Right.
And then let me, instead of waiting in the water before the dive, I like got out of the water because I knew I would be more cold. So it's like all these things you can take into account to sort of like tweak the day of, and then it can help. These small things.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, in situations where, your dive is, it's, one bad recovery breath away from a potential blackout, like every little bit counts.
Exactly.
And we don't want to get to that point, but if it comes down to it, we want to give ourselves as much of an opportunity as possible to be successful on that dive. And knowing yourself, having, that, knowing that I'm going to be cold in the water, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time out of it, like knowing that is enough in some cases. So
yeah, exactly.
It's a fascinating sport we're in.
Yeah, it really is. Especially that it takes place in the natural environment. So you have the element of Mother Nature always playing a role.
Absolutely.
And,
yeah.
You could get swept into a sideways current, a downward current, upward current. Like, it's, it's a little bit of a freak thing that we do here.
A little bit,
like,
yes.
You never know.
Yeah. But I mean, the thing to consider too is that, we're doing it incredibly safely with all the safeties, all of the lanyards, all of that stuff. So, I mean...
And the dive eye.
And the dive eye.
Yeah.
I mean, dive eye, not only allowing us to watch at home, but also as a safety precaution for watching the divers as they dive, making sure they're not getting tangled anywhere in their lanyard, making sure, everything's going okay.
Yeah.
The lines themselves that we're diving on also have an attached bottom camera. So there's actually a cord that runs up through the middle of the line to live feeds of the bottom camera. And yeah, there's lots of eyes on you guys, even though you're diving into the middle of the blue.
Wow. Yeah, it's really quite an amazing organization and setup and everything. I am like totally impressed, I have to say.
Yeah.
Like, this is incredible. I can see a lot of planning and thought went into every little detail.
Yeah.
So it's really nice to be at an event where they pay such careful attention, where it's not just like kind of thrown together, or there's a lot of planning.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate that, because I can tell like it makes a big difference in the athlete experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Amazing. So we had Mirela Karevesic of Croatia not starting. She had a DNS. So again, divers don't have to dive if they don't want to. She decided she didn't want to. So here we go. Up next we have Abdul Asbari of Kuwait. He's doing a 48-meter dive with an announced dive time of 1 minute and 45 seconds.
And this should be an easy dive for him. I know him because he also trains in Dahab, so I see him there a lot. And he's been training quite avidly for the past couple of years. I've seen him quite a few times training in Dahab.
Also, super nice guy.
Yeah.
Very friendly. Every time he sees me, he waves to me and says hi. I'm always just walking around like a zombie because I've spoken for 6 hours and just like, hey. But yeah, very friendly, always smiling. Very nice guy. And he's diving with a low volume mask.
Oh, that's right. He's got a mask on.
So
I wonder if he's hands-free or if he will use his fingers on his nose.
Right.
We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, with 48 meters, it's you're not really running out of mouthfill necessarily. I mean, I do a mouthfill at around 30 just because it's really nice and comfy. I know some divers don't do a mouthfill to 48 or 50.
Yeah, I mean, some can do Frenzel all the way down.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see what he does. My biggest thing has been, when using a mask, is controlling the amount of air that goes into the mask itself, without using so much that I am unable to equalize my ears anymore. Ooh, this cloud cover is nice.
Yeah.
Even under all these awnings and stuff, it's still hot and it's still sunny.
Yeah.
So it's nice
really
to have.
Beautiful weather we're having.
Okay, looks like he's doing hands-free.
Yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah, hands-free is a technique where you open your eustachian tubes voluntarily.
Yeah.
So instead of forcing them open by creating pressure in your oral and nasal cavities, you instead just pop the tubes open and the air flows naturally into the middle ear, which is a technique that I really need to work on more.
30 meters!
Nice strong pulls.
Yeah, super relaxed. I think he's got a mouthful though. Looks like his cheeks are a bit puffed up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he must be doing mouthfill with hands-free.
Okay, yeah. Very nice.
Yeah, he looks like so relaxed down there at the tag.
Yeah.
It's nothing for him.
Coming up!
He's been diving for about 19 years, mostly spearfishing, he says. And he started swimming at the age of 3, so another one of those water babies. He's a mechanical engineer that works with Marine Fire Search and Rescue Department, and the Kuwait government is now paying for all the Kuwait team for the official competition sponsorship, which is absolutely amazing to see.
Yeah. Yeah, more and more freediving athletes are going professional these past few years. It's amazing.
And that's so important for the sport, to be able to allow athletes to actually focus on working on their training, on their depth, doing it safely. And it's obviously very difficult to do when you have, lots of full-time jobs or no sponsors. Okay. 48 meters, done and dusted. That is a white card.
2 minutes.
Congratulations, Abdul.
Yeah, so easy for him.
Yeah.
Jellyfish got me.
Ah, lovely.
I guess one really good thing about diving with the mask, besides the fact that you can see,
sure.
that's a pretty big advantage.
That does help, yeah.
You're not like completely blind down there.
Yeah.
But besides that, you can also breathe some air in on the way up.
That's true.
You can inhale as you're coming up with the mask.
That's right, yeah. That's one of my favorite parts is that, so yeah, for those of you who don't know at home, as you go down, the airspace compresses, which is why you need to equalize, but as you come back up, that airspace expands again. So you can sort of basically come up and suck the air back into your lungs out of your
you just
mask.
sniff it like a rose, like, and then it's like, air.
Air. Oh,
Like,
that's
great.
nice.
You know?
It's a weird feeling because you're almost like you're breathing underwater.
Exactly. Yeah.
1 minute.
Obviously without the scuba gear and stuff. It's kind of fun. I like it.
It's definitely a perk from diving with a mask.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, up next we have Marwan Al-Harari of Lebanon doing a 50-meter dive with an announced dive time of 1 minute and 50 seconds. This is a national record attempt.
30 seconds.
Yeah, we've had oodles of national records. I think I counted 35 national record attempts today, which is
20 seconds.
Just awesome. I mean, I love all of these national record attempts because it shows that there are athletes who are pushing the limits of what has been done so far for the country, and I mean it adds more fun.
Yeah, more fun, more excitement.
Yeah, the stakes are higher.
5 seconds.
And I really think it shows we're really just scratching the surface here with freediving. I mean, it has so much potential to just keep growing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're only now just sort of starting to make sort of concrete decisions on things that are good for training. And even still, the science is... We're only now working on the science side of things as well, and like looking at what our blood is doing at depth, what gas concentrations are, and so the more we know what's going on, the more we can sort of tweak our training, tweak our how we actually do our performances to really push things to be as efficient as possible.
Yeah. And then keep in mind you also have all of the people that have natural abilities. They have a natural mammalian dive response and a very natural, strong blood shift.
Yeah.
And they haven't been discovered yet.
Yeah.
So as more and more people get into the sport, we're gonna get more of those naturals coming in and really just put in these records super deep.
Absolutely. So we have an early turn from Marwan. 2 meters off the bottom plate.
1 minute 30 seconds.
He seems pretty relaxed. Might have just been in equalization.
Yeah.
Can be difficult to equalize when the current is so strong.
Yeah.
Kind of throw off your relaxation.
Yeah. I mean, there are probably some people who are like, well, he was only 2 meters away. Why didn't he go for it? But I mean, we don't know, if he had lost his mouth feel before that, or if he was having difficulties before that and he did push it a little bit more. But it's always the safer route to go to turn early, even if you're 1 meter away.
Yeah.
If you're not feeling good, you should turn.
Better to turn early and get a yellow card rather than bursting an eardrum and then you're out of the water for how many months? Yeah. 2-3 months.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's always a bit more sensitive, that eardrum.
Yep.
And yeah, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely.
So he made the right decision there.
Yeah. Yep, so that will be a yellow card. Some of the points will count towards his overall standing. Yeah, and still a nice dive. I mean, these dives are all fantastic. I'm just watching them all just being like, I want to jump in. Okay, up next we have Talia Davidoff of Belarus doing a 45-meter dive with an announced dive time of 1 minute and 40 seconds. This will again be a national record.
Wow, another one.
I know. Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 more national records.
4 in a row. That's exciting.
4 in a row. I think we had 7 or 8 in a row earlier.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure it's mostly national record attempts today. National record and world record for masters dives. She used to hold the record for Belarus with 153 meters dynamic in the pool.
Okay.
So I believe she's done a lot of pool training as well. And started diving at around 40, and she's 45 now. And her old boss became a Molchanov's instructor and encouraged her to take a course with them. So, yeah, it's definitely one way to get into it. I asked her how freediving has affected her day-to-day life. And she said her wardrobe is full of wetsuits instead of dresses. She has a collection of fins instead of shoes, and her weekends are all about diving instead of visiting theaters or cinemas.
It's so true. Yeah.
And it can definitely become a very all-consuming thing in your life.
Yeah, I think a lot of us can relate to that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, she's wearing a mask here that is covering her eyes but not her nose. So in order to make sure that she doesn't have any kind of squeeze on over her eyes, she's actually put water into her goggles to remove that airspace. Because without the nose section of that mask, there's no way to actually put air into it.
Yeah.
So as a result, you just...
And that can be more helpful with the thermal climbs.
Mm-hmm.
Just to not have like cold water going along your eyes and your forehead and stuff. It's more blocked.
Right.
So you can relax better.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember too that if you're opening your eyes underwater and you're not wearing a mask, the water is also moving across your eyes.
Yeah. So I can throw off a lot of people's relaxation.
Yeah. I mean, even though, like, with these goggles, she can't actually really see much anyway because the water is still making it super fuzzy. Just the fact that she has the water, the goggles on is protecting her and making her feel more comfortable.
Yeah.
40 meters!
Yes, right.
Yeah, this looks like a super easy dive for her.
Mm-hmm. Her best dive is a 50-meter dive in a cold Belarusian lake where it's completely dark at 25 meters and it is 6 degrees Celsius. And that's where she got her first tag doing that 50-meter dive, which is... That's intense. Definitely... The water conditions and the water temperature plays a big impact on how you feel on your dive. But some people just are very happy to swim in the freezing cold.
Yeah, wow.
And I am
or maybe
not...
that's the only option, based on where she's from.
Definitely, yeah. Although I will say I am not one of those people. I need the warm water or I need a very, very thick wetsuit.
The good thing about diving in a place like that and then coming here is you're really, really appreciative of these amazing conditions we have here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I could not agree more.
So she is like over the moon. Not only national record, but to dive in like such nice water.
Absolutely, yeah. Yes, that's a new national record for Belarus. And just a lovely dive, making it look easy.
So just 4 divers left?
4 divers left.
Okay.
It's the final countdown. I get to go home and sit quietly and stare at a wall.
Not talk to anybody.
Not talk to anybody. No, I'm sure I'll immediately walk off the boat and just talk to everybody. It's my usual thing that I do. I'm way too social for my own good. Okay, up next we have Mark Bau-Mansour of Lebanon, doing a 45-meter dive with an announced dive time of 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Nice.
You bouncing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go take the suit off.
Cool, sounds good. Yeah, no, it's all good. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for commentating. You're doing great.
Thank you. Mark holds the national record for Lebanon in constant weight bifins. And his goals during this competition are just to enjoy the experience, have fun, meet athletes, and generally just rub shoulders with the best of the best. Which is also, if I'm being totally honest, kind of why I'm here too. He got the national record for Lebanon in constant weight bifins during the Cash Baka World Cup just last week. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry. The thing that he's been working on and trying to get used to is diving and managing stress, but also getting used to having a camera watching him. I mean, many of these divers, if they compete in smaller competitions or more local competitions, they, will have a camera for the judges that are watching and recording the surface stuff. But other than that, that's pretty much it. There may be a bottom camera to make sure that things are okay on the bottom, but the footage is not live, it's not being streamed, it's not being really reviewed like, I am. And so having a lot of cameras around can definitely sort of play on your nerves just a little bit. And so there's definitely something to be said for getting used to having a bunch of cameras around you as we see our official photographer following Mark down.
30 seconds.
30 meters.
He considers his dive style to be a slow and relaxed descent. You can see
40 meters.
It kind of looks like there's a little bit of current down at this depth now. You can see the lanyard pulled taut,
At the bottom. 1 minute.
but staying relaxed. Chucking the tag in.
40 meters.
Yeah, you can see the line sort of has a little bit of a bow in it towards the left-hand side of the screen.
1 minute, 20 seconds.
These are really strong pulls here.
30 meters.
Looking very relaxed.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Safety diver number 1.
20 meters.
1 minute, 40
Safety
seconds.
diver number 2. Yeah, looks like the current is kind of back.
Coming up.
Yeah, geez. It is definitely back. But nice easy dive by Mark. Mark has fantastic hair. It is a shame that it is being covered up by his wetsuit at the moment, but you'll have to take my word for it. Oop, we're digging for the tag.
Right there, above the empty here. Above the other side.
There we go. There it is. Knew it was there somewhere.
White card.
That is a national record for Lebanon. 45 meters, free immersion. Congratulations, Mark. Very nice dive. We can now add 1 time FIM to your list of records that you hold. Up next we have Alexandra Chikova of Belarus doing a 43-meter dive. Announced dive time of 2 minutes and 10 seconds. started freediving 2 years ago when she was in Sharm. Or she'd been in Sharm and went to visit Dahab, but didn't actually notice that there were freedivers there. And so when she got home, her friends explained, she told her friends about this beautiful place, and they said that it was the Blue Hole, which is a very famous dive spot where pretty much everyone knows the Blue Hole in Dahab. If you're in the freediving community, you know it's a fantastic place to dive, perfect conditions. This is her first depth competition. And her main goal is just get white cards in all disciplines. And setting a national record at the same time is not a bad thing to do. Okay.
20 meters. 20 seconds.
She's really enjoying the warm water and lovely conditions here.
30 seconds.
Again, she dives a lot in Belarus, where the surface of the lakes that she dives in are 18 degrees Celsius, and after about 7 or 8 meters, they become 10 to 6 degrees Celsius, and completely dark after 15 meters. And as Renee was saying, you know, if you train in those kinds of conditions, you definitely have a bit of an advantage here of just being able to enjoy the warmth, enjoy the visibility. And those things actually do play quite a big role in your relaxation, your mental state as you're diving.
30 meters.
Okay, here she comes.
20 meters.
She loves cooking French cuisine from the Julia Child cookbook. She loves taking photography and photos, either by film or drones. She loves surfing, wake surfing, kite surfing, snow kiting, and snowboarding. And recently she's gotten into birdwatching and stargazing, so she has quite an eclectic and wonderful group of hobbies and interests. And she has a white card. Fantastic. Congratulations, Alex. Very nice dive. You can see she has her dive computer stuck to the back of her neck weight. Again, divers will set multiple dive alarms to remind them when to take their mouth fill or when the bottom plate is coming up. And the closer it is to your ears, the easier it is to hear. Up next we have Hiba Skaini of Lebanon, doing a 33-meter dive with an announced dive time of 1 minute and 30 seconds. This will be a national record for Lebanon. Using a lovely pool noodle to keep her airways out of the water as she relaxes and rests and prepares for the dive. I always love asking what divers think about as they're breathing up. Because you get some very interesting answers. You know, the standard answers are, oh, I'm visualizing my dive. I'm, I don't know, relaxing, thinking of a lovely place, laying in my bed, this and that. But I have also heard Oh, what else have I heard? I'm thinking about what I'm going to eat when I get home. I'm thinking about the errands I need to run. Things that, you know, might not normally be considered relaxing are sometimes just, you know, the routine of thinking, okay, cool, after this I'm going to do this, this, and this. Sometimes that is, you know, what people need to relax, and sometimes even just take their mind off the dive. The breeze is picking up a little bit here.
Stop time.
Okay. And here she goes. Nice strong pulls.
20 meters.
Looks like we're missing the diver information.
30 meters.
Oh, we have an early turn. Okay, there we go, thank you. 30 meters was the early turn.
20 meters.
You can see she's drifting off the line and having to pull herself back. But looking nice and strong still. Okay, up on the surface. She's okay. So we have a yellow card for an early turn. But still a good dive. We're at the end of a long day. Again, we see the safeties taking the official dive watch off of Hiba. That's what they use for the official ranking when they're doing all their review stuff. Okay, and to close us out, we have Pamela Sangbini of Lebanon doing a 28-meter dive with an announced dive time of 1 minute and 5 seconds. While I have you all here, please make sure that you are following the CMAS Instagram account for any updates on all of the things happening during the comp. Please make sure you're following me, Brandon Freediver, as well on Instagram. You can ask me any questions you want. I'm happy to answer. And yeah, had a beautiful day. I'm a little tired, if you can't tell. But lots of amazing dives, so many national record attempts. I mean, one more time, I think we had 35 national record attempts, if not more. and I think we said 6 world record masters attempts, which is absolutely fantastic. As we were saying earlier, it really is amazing to see the sport pushing these depths, pushing these national records, and yeah, just building up the sport, building up the hype. Again, if you want to ever take a freediving course, or if you want to get into freediving, take a freediving course. You'll learn how to dive safely. You'll learn all of the physiology behind what your body is doing to protect you. You will learn all of the techniques. You will be coached by the instructor to make sure you're doing it correctly. And you'll be taught how to be a good safety partner for your dive buddy. Because the first rule of freediving is that you always dive with a buddy. Number 1. Although you could also probably say that the first rule of freediving is to look good while you do it. Those 2 rules can sort of share the most important rule of freediving. Okay, here we go. Pamela, 28-meter dive, free immersion. Here she goes. Nice small arm pulls.
20 meters!
Whoop, you got an early turn. A little bit of a tangle in the lanyard there. But coming back up.
Early turn!
40 seconds.
Okay, coming back up. Ooh, look at that current. She's okay. No tag. No. Yeah, probably an issue with equalization. We got a yellow card. But that is all she wrote for free immersion. Oh, amazing dives were had. Tons of fun. Yeah, fantastic. Woo, getting a little breezy up here. So tomorrow we will be off. We have an off day for all of the divers to rest, all of the judges, all of the safeties, myself to rest. And we will see you on Friday for the Constant Weight Bifins Day. So again, make sure you're following myself, Brandon Freediver, on Instagram. Make sure you're following CMAS on their Instagram account. And we'll see you guys in 2 days. Cool. Bye.